Alright, welcome back everyone to another episode of Game Ramblings. This is our official first podcast version of Game Ramblings, and we hope to keep this format from this point forward. I'm Mario from Axon Gamers, and
I'm Senkai, and this time we also have a guest around, which is Mike, Aerodynamisch, also on YouTube.
Always fun to have another European gamer along. Hey Mike.
Who? Where?
Oh, there you are.
Yes, thank you guys for having me on. It's a great honor to be part of this opening podcast. I hope everything will work out.
Of course, it's a
thank
pleasure.
you.
Sure, it will.
Right, so as usual with Game Ramblings, we'll just talk about all the random things we can think of. And TGS has just come and went. So you guys, what's your opinion on TGS?
Bit disappointed.
I think it was alright, but nothing special. The thing that worries me the most is that all the most hype things are multiplats when it comes to PS3 and PlayStation 4. Because at first when I watched the TGS and saw all the great stuff like the new Dragon Quests and everything, it felt very good, and also it felt very nice because there was a lot of more new games coming out for the PlayStation 4, but in the end all those games are PlayStation 3 as well, so in terms of, I don't know, I wanted to see some more next-gen games, but besides from that there was some really nice stuff, and also Persona 5 for PS4 is a great news as well.
I mean, it is a letdown that they're not they're not sticking to PS4, as we mentioned in our last Game Ramblings. But you know, they're still new games, so from that perspective, it's still nice to see all these great new games. And some of the new games that are PS3 exclusive, like Shining Resonance, I think it's called, look really promising. So, and there's Tales of Zestiria.
Yeah, indeed. And that's another thing. I'm so negative over here, but the PS3 exclusives looks better than the multi-plats. but yeah, anyway.
Yeah, it's true. For me though, for me it feels like you guys are a bit underwhelmed. I feel like we got a great amount of new games and like some really cool sequels to like currently ongoing series. Like personally myself, I'm really into Disgaea, so I'm glad we got Disgaea 5. I'm glad we got so much information about Final Fantasy Type O, the HD version, and also finally seeing the trailer for, or like a new trailer for Final Fantasy 15. That was really cool.
Oh yeah, it was pretty good to see Square Enix in action again.
Yeah.
I have some bones to pick with them, but yeah, it's nice.
Mike, let's not be all grudgy and revengey here.
Yeah, I still have one of the largest collections in the world, so I think they're happy with me.
At least you got Atlas now, Mike, and you know Persona 4 Dancing All Night. We got to see a new trailer for that, which is really really cool.
Yeah, I am really excited. I have a newfound love for rhythm games, so very excited for Dancing All Night as well.
That's perfect for you then.
Yeah, definitely. I actually got talking about Square and rhythm games, I actually got a new one today.
Ooh, tell us all about it.
Oh yeah, it's my good buddy Theater Rhythm Final Fantasy Curtain Call. It's yeah, the fact that I'm even recording this podcast right now and not playing that game, that says a lot.
Oh, whoa! So you really think we are that important, huh?
Yeah. You guys are doing something special if you can keep me away from that. I was already at like 5,000 Rhythmia or something.
Yeah, I was currently playing Danganronpa 2 as well, which I'm amazed I haven't finished that game yet. Mike, how's your playthrough going? Have you finished it yet?
Yeah, actually, last week I went crazy and I beat like all the chapters except for the final one every day, and then I actually beat the game last night.
Ooh, what's your opinion then?
My opinion is very interesting. It is a great game.
Yeah.
It's a great sequel to the first one.
Uh-huh.
And I look forward to see you beat it.
Yeah, definitely. The thing is, I'm trying to beat it as fast as I can because Senkai is gonna have it a go at it next. But it's really hard to discuss these kind of games without getting too spoilery. But I really think that this game is doing something really great. Right, like as of currently, this has been a problem with me and these kind of like trial games, like Ace Attorney and Danganronpa, that I really want to skip out on the whole investigation parts because I really want to get into the really cool trial parts and just play those. But I know that's totally impossible to do because you really need to get through all the investigations to get all the information to make the trials more interesting.
You have to wait until Platinum Games make a investigation game for you.
Oh, what would that be like? Like explosions
You can keep
everywhere.
the action outside of the trials.
Oh, of course. So basically, there's like a crazy action segment, and then you get a trial segment.
Could you imagine the trial sessions though? Wouldn't they be the best?
Whoa, that'd be insane, really.
I'm not too fond of the hack and slash genre, but I can see what you're going for. That would be crazy.
I just imagine the parts in Danganronpa too, where you're slashing arguments, but instead you actually have full control over it, where you like press all these crazy button combinations to slash away arguments. Whoa, that'd be nuts.
They actually see the words floating at you at
It's like, ah!
Metal Gear Rising style, just slash all the letters.
Wow, that'd be crazy. Well, that sort of defines Platinum Games already, craziness.
And what's so fucking cool is that there was a lot of mini games and different gameplay mechanics in the first Bayonetta game, and the second one is coming out soon, so I could definitely see something like that happen in that game. So I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah.
Awesome.
And now that we talk about these kind of crazy games, I do feel a bit disappointed with TGS as well. Because if something like that was announced on TGS, I'd just shit my pants right off my chair, really.
Yeah, well, we have a new Danganronpa game coming out tomorrow in Japan.
Yeah, really.
Episode.
Yeah, so the story about that is with Senka at least. I'm not sure why, but the first trailer gave him a bad impression. I was hooked the moment I saw the first trailer. I thought it looked really nice, and just as all the Danganronpa games, it looked really stylized and very on the edge and crazy.
I really love what I see from the game right now, but at first, since I can't remember if I had finished the first game by then, but at that time I really thought it looked like some very weird game with characters from the first game and everything. I couldn't place the game like where in the timeline it plays out, and also the gameplay is so different, so I really didn't know what to expect, but now it looks really a lot more polished and very nice actually.
Yeah, I'm interested what the reviews are going to be. I saw this trailer where it's going to be a third-person shooting game, but what I liked about it is, at least in the trailer, you saw the main character, she hit certain objects like a truck or something, and that made them hit the Monokuma character she needs to defeat. So it's kind of maybe puzzle heavy as well, a little bit.
Yeah.
That is something that I would enjoy.
I actually think it looks a lot it looks a lot like something you'd expect out of Danganronpa. So I'm not expecting a conventional third-person shooter here. I'm actually expecting something totally different, just with third-person shooter mechanics.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
And
the gameplay mechanics in the Danganronpa games already are very, very interesting. So.
Yes, I've always looked forward to it for that reason, because I knew it was gonna be something different. It's not just gonna be like another third-person shooter, and I don't think it's gonna feel like a watered-down game by any means. So I've always looked forward to the game.
Yeah, now we just have to wait and see that it actually gets localized by NIS America.
You don't think it will?
And also see if we get half a game or full game this time.
Yeah, I think another episode will be coming out, maybe somewhere next year. It depends on how well it sells in Japan, of course, as well. If nobody buys it, then this maybe not brings it over. But
I just meant that I really don't hope that they release 2 games in that series and then give us the first one and both games on one disc in Japan.
You mean another episode?
Yeah, it was just really bad with the Reload, because that would, if Reloaded was, or whatever it was called, the 1 and 2 collection on Vita,
Yeah.
If that one was localized, it would definitely be game of the year. But now it's like you have those two great games, and I have not played the second one yet, but it feels like it's gonna be really hard to decide where to put them on some sort of game of the year list.
Yeah, I actually, before this podcast, I actually recorded my review of the game, of both games actually, because I never did the first one.
Excellent.
And it feels like these belong together, even though originally on the PSP they came out a year after each other, but they feel like one whole game. And there's definitely going to be a Danganronpa game on my number one spot if Persona Q doesn't take it. But for now, it's game of the year. Yeah.
But Mario is saying the exactly same thing about them feeling like one game.
We just talked about it like shortly before we started recording this podcast, and I said the exact same thing basically. You know, these two games belong with each other, and it's such a weird thing that they split them up. I mean, it doesn't, like, I don't think it diminishes the values of either game. You know, I still think they're great games, but putting them together just seems like the right thing to do. And I understand there's a reason behind why they split them up. Maybe, you know, to gain more money, or maybe they didn't have money to localize both at the same time. But regardless, they should be in the same package, and I hope they actually do it in the future. You know, they put them together and just bundle them as they were supposed to be. But we'll see. Maybe like to, you know, in anticipation to another episode, they might just do it, you know, to get more fans hooked to the series and then get more sales for another episode.
That would be nice. Yeah, another episode, and then maybe Danganronpa 3. I would be down with that, and I look forward when you guys actually beat the game. So, you know, when Senkai is done with it as well, I think we can have some interesting discussions about both games and maybe story as well.
Yeah, full of spoilers.
Yeah,
Definitely.
that would be awesome if we could have a episode on, like, a very spoiler heavy episode for Danganronpa fans.
Yeah, definitely. That'd be nice. And just talking about all the secrets that go on behind the scenes of those games, because that's a problem. Like, it's so hard to discuss any kind of story-driven games without getting into spoiler territory, and like, there's always no point in discussing them at all if we haven't finished them. And like Senkai said, you know, he doesn't have a clue where another episode takes place, and that's understandable because he hasn't finished the second game, and that probably clues you in really well on when everything takes place and puts all the pieces together.
For real?
Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, I haven't gotten that far yet. I mean, what do you say, Mike? Do you think everything fits together once you play the second game?
Well, I know from the trailers where it's going to take place.
Yeah.
So, yeah, this is how I found out, and that makes sense.
All right. Because
yeah.
Yeah, because I get like the gist of where it's supposed to take place through the trailers as well, but you know, it's still like pretty hard to figure out because maybe I'm missing like 2 or 3 things that wouldn't really fit with my theories, you know.
Yeah. But seeing how this comes out after you know, Danganronpa 1 and 2 and after a remake, I think that Spike Chunsoft wants you to have finished both games.
Yeah. It's a really fun thing in Danganronpa 2. I'm sure you noticed this too, Mike. But in like there's a cinema area. There's a poster of like like a promotional poster for another episode in the actual game. This is like an Easter egg for like their upcoming game. And I'm not sure if that was in the original PSP version. But like if they were
Probably not.
Yeah, because they were hinting at like the new game coming out, and that was really nice.
Yeah, I saw that. There's another location where I actually saw that poster.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there was another one in one of the houses of one of the characters.
Ooh, I can't wait to find out.
Free time.
Nice.
But yeah, it was that was a nice little hint there.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's coming out tomorrow in Japan, so I look forward to see how well it does and maybe get some previews from some sites.
Do you think you'll like spoil yourself by watching videos and stuff from it, or will you like patiently wait for an American release or a European release for that matter?
what I would like to know from previews, not really watch it, but is to know how long the game is and how well it controls, and maybe very briefly assure me that this, indeed, on a story level, it is really connected to 1 and 2 and it makes sense. And yeah, this is about it. Then that's all I want to know to get that reassurance that I actually want the game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you
because
think?
the story is the most important thing, right?
Yeah, absolutely. With Danganronpa, I think.
Yeah, because
I think
if there's
spin-offs
nothing
should
on
always
story,
have great story.
yeah, precisely. Yeah, that's what I wanted to mention. If there's no story for the spin-off and it's just a few characters and the visual style, then yeah,
that's pretty boring.
Yeah, precisely. But if it actually is, it can be seen as a standalone game, but also in the overall universe, and then maybe hype it up for the sequel if that ever happens.
Yeah, I think it will lead up really well to the third game. I'm sure it's gonna have some hints for the third game, because as I see it, I think another episode is not just a spin-off. It is like a proper entry in the series, or I feel it should be, and then it would lead up to the third game.
I sure hope so. I can't come up with any spin-offs that has been released lately. Now that I'm really thinking about it, maybe it's not as popular today, or I just can't come up with anyone. But maybe say Uncharted for PlayStation Vita. That's a spin-off, right?
Would you consider it a spin-off?
Yeah, and I think that game is pretty weak, since it's like, I don't know how to explain it, but it's a spin-off, and usually spin-offs are not as good as the main parts, but I feel that the Kingdom Hearts series, the spin-offs are just as good, even if not even better.
Yeah.
So I can give you guys one example. I don't know how you feel if it's a spin-off or spin-off, but Ace Attorney Investigations 1 and 2.
Yeah, perfect example. That's like a spin-off done right. Really.
Yeah, because you sort of want your spin-offs to stay on the same quality of the mainline games. That's incredibly
they
important.
also have the potential to be even better, I think.
Yeah, because they can actually go out of the way to do something new with it. So it's like they don't have to stick with the rules that they've established for the original games.
They see what's working and what the fans really like by doing 1 or 2 games to find out what's most popular, and then make a whole game a spin-off based on those best things in the game.
They can be so they can be really experimental if they wanted to. But just to put a lid on Danganronpa, I guess we should move on. Just a final note from you, Mike. What do you think? Do you think what are your expectations for another episode? Do you think it'll have a good story? Do you think the gameplay will be really nice? What would be the best aspect of the game in your opinion?
I think it will. I think it will definitely be surprising. So it's not just a pure spin-off. It will be a full game. When I was in Japan a couple of months ago, Danganronpa was really popular. I hadn't even played the first game, but there was a lot of merchandise, anime stuff there.
Yeah.
So I think it's doing quite well in Japan, and it's getting a retail release in Japan as well for Vita. So I think this is going to be a proper game. It will set it all up for Danganronpa 3, which will probably be announced next year, and then maybe late 15, early 16 in Japan.
Danganronpa 3 has been sort of announced, though. I think while they announced another episode, they were... I can't remember if it was a direct announcement, because they said something about the third game, being in the works.
Interesting.
Awesome.
Right, but yes.
There's also the one thing I really want to say about Danganronpa before we stop. I think it's awesome that we have this game or franchise, which is getting really, really big in Japan, and at the same time, this entry, the new game, feels very mysterious. And a lot of games nowadays don't have that factor anymore. Like, you've seen all the trailers and you know exactly what the game is about. But this game, for me, I'm really, really curious about it, because it has this mystery to it, which games had a lot back in the day.
That's fantastic, though, that they managed to keep a lid on this, and I think it's really good too, because just that keen interest we get for playing the game, it makes us want to buy the game, and not only that, but it's gonna surprise us even more when we actually get to play the game to find all of these things out.
Yeah, this is being so well invested in gaming and upcoming games. And sometimes I just make the decision stop. Like for instance, with Metal Gear Solid 5 Phantom Pain, I'm now stopping. I'm not watching trailers anymore. I'm done. I gotta get some excitement and some hype in my head. Otherwise, it's done to death, and I will lose all that excitement. Especially the recent announcement at TGS. I rather wish I didn't know it, and then found out about it in game than actually saw it on
Yeah.
TGS.
Wait, which announcement was this? Was this the dog thing?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Well, yeah, I did. I watched that one trailer of it, but I didn't get too much of it. I think there was one video clip of it as well, but I didn't get too
Yeah, but
deep into that
just
either.
The whole thing would be really nice to see in the game.
But that makes you realize that there's actually a lot of those kind of things in game as well that we haven't found out about yet. I mean, these are just a few of the many, many things that will be in the game.
I hope so.
Definitely.
I'm not so sure though, because the game is so very very big in these few areas, and they've shown the same area over and over and over again.
But that's Kojima
And,
as well.
Also, the game is coming out on the old consoles, so I really don't know how much disk space all of this takes up, because I really hope there are a lot of areas and not like one or two, as they've shown so far. But I really don't know. I want to see this game be big, really big.
I don't know how it was for you guys, but I remember Metal Gear Solid 2 came out. I had gaming magazines, and we knew nothing
Yeah.
about Big Shell. We knew nothing about Raiden. The Dutch magazine went ballistic when they found out that, you played as Raiden.
Yeah.
And I got the game, and I absolutely did not know that the Big Shell area was there. I only knew about the tanker because I had the demo I played, but that was great. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's so cool, really.
But yeah, so that was the same for me, and that's why I trust Kojima with these kind of things. It's not always that Kojima tells us all the details. It's just like Ground Zeroes. That was an incredibly short game. I haven't played it yet, but Senke has had a run with it, and we didn't know anything about Ground Zeroes either. Even though we got to know a lot of things about it, we didn't know everything, and it still comes as a lot of surprise that
Ground Zeroes was pretty cool because, we knew all of this how long it was. Everyone was talking about it was short and everything, but then when you actually played the game, the little story that it had was really good, in my opinion. It was a nice experience.
It was great. I was really surprised by it. I played it for 12, 15 hours. Had a lot of fun with it. I just I missed out on a little bit of the story, as I wasn't as invested with Peace Walker as much. But I'm going to replay Peace Walker, Ground Zeroes, in the upcoming months before Phantom Pain to really get in the flow of Phantom Pain.
That's a great idea. Maybe we could play Peace Walker together. Maybe.
side by side.
No, I mean there's multiplayer in there, isn't it?
Oh yeah, there is. But can you do that online?
I think you can.
Huh. That's pretty interesting.
And stuff?
Yeah, because every single mission you do in Peace Walker, there's always like this. I think people can join, and there are bots there and everything, right?
I have no idea. I missed out on the original PSP version, or at least I didn't play it because, hey, no dual analog stick. and then I just sat down one weekend with the HD collection on PS3, and I just rushed through entire Peace Walker. And that's why the story is a little bit lost on me,
Yeah.
because I just played it in one massive epic session with just sleep in between.
Those memories are so cool, because I also have those games which I rushed through, and I remember them as super good, but really, if someone would ask me a lot of questions, I'm not sure if I could answer all of them.
Yeah, I Metal Gear Solid 2, I remember just playing it for like 10 hours straight. Metal Gear Solid 3, I did the same. Peace Walker. These games, they take a hold of me where I can just go crazy and just finish them in maybe 1 or 2 days or a long weekend.
That's awesome. Those are the best games, really.
Perfect length for a weekend, 8 to 10 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love Metal Gear Solid. It's great.
I really wish I could keep playing this series for a bit longer, because I played all the PS2 games. I played the first Metal Gear. So basically I played all the Metal Gear Solid titles on the consoles, but I never really got to play Portable Ops, for example. I never got to play Peace Walker. And I mean, Peace Walker looked like, it had the spirit of Snake Eater in it as well. So I was always interested in trying it out, but I never got to it. And then I played Metal Gear Solid 4. And to be honest, a lot of times in Metal Gear Solid 4 I felt a bit lost with the story. But maybe that's because I wasn't paying too much attention. I'm not really sure.
It's tough because the story, it really takes everything. Well, Peace Walker wasn't out by then.
No.
But Metal Gear Solid story, I was so invested in it. I knew all the details, and this is why Metal Gear Solid 4 was such an amazing experience for me. But if you only half or maybe 75% know the story, you will be lost with 4 because it's such.
I think that's really, really cool though, because I'm playing 4 right now and I'm not done with it, and I feel like maybe I should wait with that game, because if I wait and play 5 first, maybe 4 will get even better, because it has all these great fan service for old-time fans.
I'm looking forward to see how Big Boss deals with all these hardships now, because I mean, from what I've gathered during the events of Peace Walker, the Big Boss changes dramatically, like who he is and his world views and everything.
Yeah, I think I actually would recommend against not finishing Metal Gear Solid 4. I have a very strong feeling that there will be things in Metal Gear Solid 5 that will actually spoil the final couple of chapters of 4 for you.
Oh, I see.
Because, I think there's going to be characters shown or talked about in 5, and then you're like, okay, who are these? And then, it's supposed to be happening at the final couple of levels of 4. I have a feeling, that they will reference characters that.
So you mean they'll like reverse reference them?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's because of the timeline. Metal Gear Solid 4 is all the way at the end of the timeline, and now they're going back in this period which was never mentioned, which is the 80s. And especially in this period, a lot of the stuff is happening that is a major part of Metal Gear Solid 4. Of course I can't talk about it. I know for a fact that there's going to be characters in Metal Gear Solid 5 The Phantom Pain that are the surprise characters in Metal Gear Solid 4 later on.
Alright, so you recommend playing 4 before 5 then?
Yeah, definitely. I would not risk spoiling yourself on some pretty epic reveals in Metal Gear Solid 4.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thanks.
Alright, because it actually makes sense. Me and Senkai talked about spoilers some night ago, and my argument is that I like it when games tell you the outcome, or just stories in general tell you the outcome of whatever's happening, and then you play whatever leads up to it. I think that's more interesting, like a much more interesting way of telling a story than building up for the finale and then just giving you the final piece.
Well, the thing about that is I would like it if they at least told you in advance. You go on a journey, and then what I always love is at the end it's completely reversed. You go on this journey, but it turns out you're double crossed or whatever or something.
Yeah.
And even though the journey worked, it's actually something different. And there is one particular game which I really love that does this so well. I love that game.
What, you're not gonna mention which it is?
Yeah, you can guess. It's one of my favorite visual novels, but yeah.
Is it? I see it. I'm not gonna mention any names because maybe that's gonna spoiler something, right?
No,
Awesome.
yeah, maybe not.
I think I know what you're talking about, but that's cool. Let's leave it at that.
Just find the game and play it, because there's not a lot of gameplay there, but it's such a great story.
I feel left in the
love
dark.
it to death.
Oh yeah, I see.
Is it the game that released on the PC not too long ago?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I'm just checking. Okay, so I'm not gonna mention the name, but if you say what it's interesting, I really want to play it because I was planning on picking that up. Should we just mention the name maybe?
Yeah.
All right. Is it Steins Gate?
Yes. It's
okay,
Steins Gate.
Good. Because I wanted to pick that up for such a long time. I believe I was, way more into it than Senkai was in the beginning. But then I'm not sure if I was the one who influenced Senkai to, do some more research on the game and actually start playing it. But I was really into it in the beginning, and I really wanted to play it. That along with what's the like spiritual sequel called Robotic Notes?
Yes,
Yeah.
you have it's more like 5PB and Mages, the developers, together with Nitro Plus, who write the stuff.
Yeah.
They have these very scientific approached visual novels, and there's actually 3. There's Chaos Hat, then there's Steins Gate and Robotics Notes, and now there's going to be a 4th one, Chaos Child.
It's for the Xbox One, right?
Yeah, Chaos Child is for now Xbox One exclusive,
Right,
but
right.
they port their stuff to everything.
Yeah, of course. Because
I
I
only played through Steins Gate,
Yeah.
and only played the prologue of Chaos Hat, which I really enjoyed, but just haven't gotten around to playing more of it.
Yeah. My problem was that I was already in the middle of playing a visual novel at the time. I was playing Ever 17, which is the spiritual predecessor to the Extreme Escape series, 999 and Virtue's Last Award. Because I really wanted to see how, how that developer, the developers of Virtue's Last Award and 999 started off. They had like a few games on the PC before they made those games, and I really wanted to see how they told stories back then, and it felt really similar to 999, I must say. There's a lot of common elements.
Yeah, I actually played Ever 17. I played it once on a PC, and then I stopped after an hour or so.
Yeah.
And then I had this DS thing where I could actually play it. It didn't work as well. I actually played through one route, and I was a little bit disappointed.
Yeah.
But I don't think that I got the full experience, that emulation thing didn't work. I really gotta go back to Ever 17 because...
Did you say you played it on DS?
Yeah, I was gonna ask that as well. Was it on the DS?
There was this homebrew thing called Visual Novel DS or something.
Are you serious?
Wow.
Yes, I'm serious, and you could actually play a lot of visual novels on the DS. And
Seriously?
Wow, amazing.
I tried Ever 17, that they actually ported to it, but some of the cutscenes didn't start well, and then when I tried to play a second route, I had the feeling that it wasn't triggering the flags correctly, so I think I was just not playing it correctly. But the one route that I did finish, it had quite a powerful ending, but it wasn't as gripping as, say, 999. But I realized I need to go back to Ever 17 and play it.
Which ending
correctly.
was it? Do you remember?
It was the ending with one of the girls.
Oh, well, yeah, as with all the endings.
There's only girls.
Yeah.
Which girl was it?
You can just mention the color of her hair or something, if it's hard
but
for you.
that's the tough part. I can't remember if I went with the girl with a ridiculously long name, Yui, or I went with the purple-haired girl. Yeah, I think I went with the purple-haired girl. I think her name was Tsugumi or something like that.
Of course.
Huh. I don't remember the names myself. It was such a long time ago. But Yui I remember because she had that long name. No, Yu. She's called Yu.
Yeah, Yu. Yeah.
You are me, or whatever she says.
Yeah, it's Tsugumi. She is the tsundere character.
Yeah, the black-haired one. That's funny because I chose both of those paths because it's cool with Ever 17 that they have 2 protagonists, and each of the protagonists are dealt with like 2 girls each, 3, and basically you.
This fucked me up completely. I didn't realize until I was pretty far in that I was actually playing as 2 different main characters. I thought they were the one and the same.
I hate when that happens, seriously. You can play a game and if it's good enough, you don't care about the details too much because you're having so much fun anyway, right?
Yeah.
So very late on you realize stuff that you should have known from the beginning, but you didn't learn about them. You didn't care because you were already having so much fun.
You lose track of
I
it.
hate that, seriously. It happens for me every now and then.
And that is the tough part that I'm facing, especially with Ever 17. You know, I pirated the game because it's very hard to find, and then you don't have that sense of accomplishment. You just test it out, and it's the same with Chaos Hat. I played through the prologue and on my iPhone, and I just don't have that inclination because I didn't spend the money. But those are 2 visual novels that I really need to get into. They are
Same
fantastic.
Here.
if they did release the visual novel thing on the PSP, that would be fucking amazing.
Yeah.
It had a Japanese release though on the PSP. No American one, sadly.
But
F
then the
17.
DS emulator was in English, right?
Yeah, no.
Ah,
it
you
was,
meant that.
Yeah, it was. It was basically the PC. Ever 17 came out officially on PC in English years ago, and then because it was so unknown, it goes for ridiculous on eBay. But you can still download it illegally, of course. They did port Ever 17 to Xbox 360, Japan only, and Chaos Child is on a lot of systems. And there's actually a fan translation out on the iPhone. But now that I have a new one, which is not jailbroken, I'm unable to check it out. So I gotta play these on PC.
Translation on iPhone?
Yeah, this is how I actually played Steins Gate. At the end of 2012.
Wow.
Steins Gate came out on PC, and then 2 months later, some fans they put those translations on the iOS version. And I wanted to play Steins Gate so bad on handheld that I paid.
Yeah, same here. I didn't know, but that's perfect for me.
I didn't know about this either. I'm so down with it.
This is, I wanted it so bad, but I couldn't find the illegal iOS version online, so I paid €30 just for the Japanese iOS version that I then tried to patch with my jailbroken iPhone. And when I got it to work and I played through it on the go for about 20 hours.
Totally worth the money, huh?
Worth the money, worth the epic story of it. It was a fantastic experience. So, and now of course, I was already on the hype train, and then Just USA, they officially released the fan translation on a PC official release. So. And the anime came out, and a lot of people started talking about Steins Gate, but I always feel, like I was there before all.
Cool.
You were there in the initial moments.
Yeah, it's going. Sadly, it's going to end up as one of those visual novels because it's not on 3DS or PlayStation Vita. It doesn't get as much recognition as say Zero Escape or Danganronpa, but Steins Gate. Holy shit.
Do you really think so? Because the anime really left a big influence in Japan, at least I know for sure. And a lot of people outside Japan knows about Steins Gate because of the anime.
Absolutely, but not as many gamers though.
Yeah.
In the anime, what can you say? Community.
Yeah.
It's very well received, but I don't know a lot of gamers who played Steins Gate.
At least it left a mark of some sort, and I think that's an achievement by its own right.
That's great.
Yeah. No, the anime did really well. I talked about Steins Gate quite often on my channel, and I had a lot of people say, I want to check out the visual novel, but no. I'll check out the anime, and then they get back to me and said, oh my god, this anime, it was fantastic. I wish I played the visual novel, and then I always say, hey, you should have, because it has more character development, other routes that you can take. And it's just, and personally, visually, I like the visual novel more because the anime is a little bit, dark tones and not as colorful.
Yeah, I think the game is a lot better, and if you can and you have the patience, you should definitely play the game first.
I'm so glad you mentioned this here, Mike, because I was wondering the same thing. Should I play the game or should I watch the anime? I always lean towards the game though, but. Yeah. It's been a question that's been lingering in my mind, especially, when we have so many games to play, and the anime is much shorter. But, not that is an excuse to not play the game, but it feels like it's much easier to just watch the anime. But I really want to play the game.
I think I have to look into this. I can't make any promises right now, but I think I'm able to get you guys the game if you want, because I have the physical copy. I'm not going to use the download code that's inside of it. So if I'm able to share that, then you guys can play it. You can use my copy and then enjoy this wonderful game.
That'd be amazing, really. Because I really want to play the game, to be honest. It's because it's also really cool. Mike, when I first started looking into 999 and such, your video was one of the first videos to show up on YouTube. And so you definitely you were one of the reasons why I bought 999 and got into the whole Extreme Escape series, and I'm so glad because of what you did. So if you're also my gateway into Steins Gate, then that's just gonna be amazing.
Yeah, I have to look into it because what you can do is you can actually take the code that I have and then download the game from Just USC and use my code.
Wow, that'd be great.
If that is possible, then you guys can fully enjoy Steins Gate because just go for it.
Wow,
I'd rather
awesome.
have you guys use it and play this game than because I'm probably not gonna play it anyway because I've already finished it, and
That's
if I
very nice
replay
of
it,
you.
then.
I'd be forever grateful, forever
Yeah.
17 grateful even. But yeah, that's gonna be awesome, dude. If you can do that, I'm totally down with it.
Yeah, let me research that after this epic podcast. Sorry, guests. This
Oh.
is only for Mario and Senka here.
Yay! I mean, I'm so sad.
But visual novels in general. It is just a genre because I prefer stories. Stories for me is always important, especially in a video game.
Hmm.
I think it's 50% for me is the enjoyment of a story, 30%
Yeah, same
gameplay,
here.
Yeah, really.
20 presentation.
Yeah.
But
It was so much fun for me when I first found out about visual novels, because I've always been a fan of JRPGs, but I didn't even know about the visual novel genre. And then I played Phoenix Wright, and I realized I don't need anything else than text if that's what I really want in a game.
Maybe you guys should read a book, huh?
No, but I still want the music, and
Yeah, of course. And
everything, so.
it's like basically a fillet, like the finest piece of meat served to you in game form.
Yeah, precisely. And then if you look at a series that is technically a fighting game series, and I'm like, yeah, whatever. I don't only care for the visual novel part, which is the Blaze Blue series.
Yeah. That's the
Yeah,
impression I hear from everyone. It's basically just a visual novel, but with like a fighting game built into it here and there.
It's one of the most technical, complex fighters out there. So if you're really into fighting games, which I'm not that much, then Blaze Blue is your fighting game series. But I love the stories, and the thing with visual novels is they're also not so well known. There's not a lot of people talking about them, and you feel like you're part of this elite club. You're like controlling all the awesome stuff, especially on YouTube. So it's great.
It's definitely great to like be able to leave the message about how great these games are as well. Like if you're the only ones who play it, then obviously you need to like tell everybody about it as well.
Yeah, I have that feeling a lot with say games like Corpse Party, The Dark Spire, The World Ends With You.
Yeah, amazing titles, all of this.
Yeah. Now you don't see a lot of people talking about them, Radiant Historia, Mother 3, Snatcher and Police Knots. The
I'm
list goes
playing
on.
Soma Bringer right now, and it's really, really good.
Soma Bringer, which one was that?
It's a game for the DS, which
yeah, right.
That sucked.
The one with really nice graphics and such. That's all I know from it.
Yeah, this is a title I've never checked out myself, but I heard it's fan translated on a DS and quite an interesting, great game. So.
Yeah, precisely. Can I ask you one question, Mike?
Sure.
It's a really it's actually like a sucker punch question because I don't think it's like there's a fair answer to this. Personally, which visual novel would you say is your favorite? I know a lot of visual novels do a lot of great things by their own, but for you, which one left the biggest impression, and like which one did you have the most fun with?
Yeah, this is a tough part because when I look at games, I always mention I have a top 5 video games, and I always answer Final Fantasy VIII, Suikoden 2, Persona 4, and Metal Gear Solid 1. But then there's the 5th spot, and I want to give that to a visual novel, and there's actually always 3 games fighting for that spot simultaneously, which are Snatcher, Steins Gate, and 999.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Snatcher,
I can't choose.
Yeah. Snatcher I haven't played yet, but definitely.
You really have to do that.
Yeah, I really have to. I keep hearing
Tonight
this.
or something, I don't care.
We're playing Tales of Exilia 2 tonight, one game at the time. But yeah, I really want to play Snatcher as well. I mean, Senka, as you can see, keeps talking about it all the time. So, especially since both of us like Hideo Kojima's work, I'm a big fan of Zone of the Enders, and Metal Gear Solid is like a really, really good series as well.
Yeah, just yeah. You like a Hideo Kojima, you know what you can expect on a story level, and if you have any interest at all in science fiction movies like Blade Runner, Terminator, Snatcher, will forever change your life, and it's always at the top of your lists.
Wow. Yeah, I really need to play this game. I keep hearing these kind of things. It's just I'm not sure what I'm waiting for really. But while we're at the subject, games like Persona 3 and Persona 4, would you consider them a visual novel to some extent?
Well, it's interesting. I recently watched my good buddy Dustin's Cry's video where he talked about Persona 4 and he mentioned that it's more visual novel with some RPG elements.
Yeah, exactly.
I was a little bit surprised by that because Persona 4 and 3 they have some of the best JRPG turn-based elements in
Yeah,
it.
yeah, definitely.
And it's difficult, and epic boss fights, and very deep RPG mechanics. So they are actually the best of both worlds, I would say, because they are also very heavy on story elements. True.
You have to keep in mind also that Dustin played it on the easiest setting.
Yeah.
So-
No, I understand that. It's I tend to go for the hard part. I actually finished Danganronpa 2 on mean.
Yeah.
And I'm playing Curtain Call on Ultimate right now. I don't know. I just play games at a higher difficulty. I feel more rewarded when finishing them, and I'm for the
agree,
most
absolutely.
part I'm able to handle it.
Yeah.
Not all games. Like, don't ask me to beat a Bayonetta on the highest difficulty. I would try. But yeah,
You can leave that one to me.
yeah. I
But,
think as much.
Mike, I have a question about Curtain Call,
Mhm.
because I have
Yeah.
not received that game yet, but I know you get extra characters if you play the demo first. So what I did was I downloaded the demo, and I played everything on Ultimate, or whatever the difficulty was called, and it wasn't too hard. Do you get any other difficulty, or just the songs getting harder all the time?
I haven't played the demo. Which songs did you play in the demo?
Genova from Advent Children, and
Yes.
also I can't remember the name of it, but in Final Fantasy VI, it might be Edgar's theme.
The
But
field
it's the
music,
one.
right?
It's the one. No, it's the one played in the castle.
Was it a battle theme or was it a field theme?
No, it's some. Oh wait, it was a field theme. Yeah.
Yeah. They have three distinct styles. They have the battle themes, they have the field themes, and then they have the music videos. So they have three styles of gameplay. Okay, that's tough because I have not played them in the original Theater Rhythm. But what I remember from Theater Rhythm Final Fantasy is there, even on Ultimate, the highest difficulty that's available, there are very easy songs, and then there are songs like Blinded by Light from Final Fantasy 13, or Battle at the Big Bridge, or Dancing Mad. Have fun on Ultimate. These will rape your soul.
Dancing Mad was really, really fun. And I hope there will be something at the equal level in Curtain Call.
Yeah, no, I played the Japanese version and I just was jumping from song to song. There is 221 songs in the game.
Wow.
And the one thing that I, for now, very early impressions, don't really like about Curtain Call is in the first Theater Rhythm, you had the series mode where you just played a couple of songs after each other. But now you just have lists of all the songs in one game, and you're like, okay,
Where do you start?
What should I pick? And they have some tips like Song of the Week that you can then play for more rhythm. But it's not like a story progression or anything. It's just me randomly picking ones, and I ran into this song from Final Fantasy XIV, which I hated. I don't know what music you guys listen to, but this was like some sort of heavy metal, trash metal-y thing, and I am not too fan of that.
Ah, man. But that's the thing about these kind of Final Fantasy fan service games. They're always jammed packed with content. Or is this game comparable at all to with Dissidia? Like,
Dissidia
think
was quite crazy, but this one I read on GameFAQs. A lot of people were asking how many hours does it take to get all the characters. Some people were mentioning 80 hours, 100 hours.
Are you serious? Oh man.
Yeah, the original Theater Rhythm I finished with 99,000 Rhythmia points, and I got all the characters after about, I would say, 75 hours. And now this one is twice the content and so much more unlockable characters. And then you have to level up the characters to level 99 to get all their skills. And this is going to
It's a time sink. It's a time sink.
It's going to be a time sink. It's very easy to pick up and play. I will have to buy 10 packs of screen protectors. The thing with this is the first one only had stylus control. Now they added in button control. There's even a one-handed mode where you just need to your left hand.
No way.
It's crazy.
Is it like a simultaneous thing where you have to use the stylus and the controls? So it's like...
No.
Okay, thank God. That sounds really complex.
That was cool because I tried the controls out in the demo where you could use the buttons and it worked super good, and I don't know if I even want to go back to the stylus controls because the buttons was so good.
But do you mean like the trigger was you use the L button?
Yeah, it showed in the tutorial where you basically use the analog stick and then the L button to use one-handed play.
That's
I gotta check it
amazing.
out, but
Because I use the A button for all the things, and then the circuit pad for the rest. But you could actually replace the A button with the L button.
yeah,
It play with one hand.
I was gonna mention since this is a fan service game, you only need to use one hand for it. I wonder what kind of fan service that we're talking about here.
No, it's this game is going to be crazy with the content. There's even this quest medley mode, which I specifically did not play in the Japanese version that I imported, just to keep this as a surprise. Versus battles, collector cards to collect again, achievements in the game. I didn't even get. I got like 40 or 50 out of the 64 achievements in the last one. This is
Awesome.
I mentioned on Facebook, goodbye life. I have a feeling this will be the case.
Oh man, like you said, it's gonna rape your soul.
Yeah, we haven't even talked about the 3 difficulty modes, the fact that you can get a ranking for each song on 3 difficulties, and you want to have at least S or double S or triple S rankings.
Yeah.
It sounds so overwhelming.
It is quite overwhelming, but at first you can just go into it, just do some songs, get better at the game, and then the OCD kicks in, and then you want to do everything.
Of
It's such a long
course.
time since we got one of these games. Like so much content inside.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the music is so great. The gameplay is very easy. You can play a couple of songs on my way to work and stuff.
Yeah,
And,
amazing.
This is why I'm really invested a lot more in rhythm games, because they're on handhelds, and I had that with shmups 2 years ago. Now that love is slowly dying out, and now it's replaced with rhythm games.
They're perfect for they're perfect toilet games basically, where you just have like a second to spare and you can play like one stage and still do progress in the game.
Oh yeah, definitely. I often skip work and then sit on the toilet.
I'm gonna play some Final Fantasy today at work. Wow, that's cool. But yeah, so that's so great about Square Enix when they make these kind of sequels. It's always like they feel so expanded because they often include everything that the first edition had basically,
Yeah, exactly.
and then they just like put so much more punch into it and adds like several times more stuff.
That was indeed the same case with Dissidia.
Mm-hmm.
2 crazy games. For now though, if they ever make another Theater Rhythm game, I wish they would just expand outside of Final Fantasy. So Kingdom Hearts, Dragon Quest, maybe some awesome Yoshinori Mitsuda stuff like Xenogears.
Wow.
Yeah, please.
Because they're kind of running out. I'm a little bit disappointed that they didn't add in like an epic story mode in Theater Rhythm, which they could very easily do.
Well, what kind of story would you tell with those kind of cutesy graphics and such? Because I'm expecting like something really cute and just like overly
Yeah, but
bubbly.
that could really work. I mean, Hyrule Warriors, which I'm playing right now, have a story by its own
Mhm.
with all these different Zelda characters. So, I mean, I could definitely see the same thing in theater.
Yeah, of course, of course.
Basically, the story of the city where all the heroes meet each other and they get paired up, and then they gotta do, then you gotta do these, sort of small sets of songs
Hmm.
and battles, and they have very distinct. They reuse a lot of the bosses, so they could have given it a little bit dialogue, or but maybe I'm looking too much into it. Maybe I'm too focused on story, but I think they could
Your
have.
80 hours is not enough.
Yeah. We do have our visual novels, Mike. So
Yeah, no, it's a curtain call as it is right now. It's already great, and I'm sure that I'll play it for many hours in the years to come.
absolutely. I want to get into a few rhythm games myself. Persona 4 Dancing on Light is one, but I really want to try out what was that 3DS game called made by Sega? Rhythm Thief?
Yeah, that's cool.
Because I really want to try that out. I'm not sure what the
Yeah,
reception
you
of that
should
was.
play it. It's cool.
All right, cool.
I only know of certain other Sega rhythm games that will rape your soul.
Ooh, wait, tell me about it. Which one?
Yeah, these are Hatsune Miku.
Ah, yeah, okay, yeah.
These, early in the year, at the start of the year, I bought Project Diva F
Mm-hmm.
for the Vita. And once you get cracking with Hatsune Miku and the songs are catchy, it's somewhat similar to the Persona soundtracks. And, once you get into that game and the multiple difficulties and just maxing out songs, and you're hooked.
Yeah, Hatsune Miku is so great because it's like fan contributed songs as well. So they like choose the best of the best, right? And
Yes,
they're really good, really good tracks.
Yeah, they're really good tracks, and what I like about this is the visuals as well. They have these very nice choreographed dances or some small animated videos,
Yeah.
which really match the quirky style of it, and probably also the lyrics, which I don't fully understand, of course. But I love the first Diva F, and Diva F second is coming out in end of November, which I have on pre-order.
Yeah, it is.
So after Curtain Call and I need some more rhythm game action, I am set.
Yeah, Japan is becoming especially good with these choreographed dancing things, like with the 3D models and everything. All these cute
This
anime
is
girls
so
dancing.
Amazing.
Because they're whenever you search on that kind of stuff on YouTube, you get like billions of videos of like really nicely animated dancing 3D models of these anime girls. I mean, Miku already has some really sweet animations and music videos by herself, but then you have all these really all these other things that are really cool too.
Yeah, it's the whole Vocaloid thing is really hitting off, and of course they always had the normal music idols and stuff.
Yeah.
But just outside of video games, that whole Vocaloid industry is just gargantuan. It's ridiculously big. Then there are of course games being made, and Marvelous AQL.
Yeah.
It's sadly postponed to 2015, but there was going to be like this Hatsune Miku rifle called IA VT Colorful. For the Vita. I really want that game as well. The trailers looked really nice. It's just sad that it got delayed until 2015, so I canceled my pre-order. But
it rings a bell.
I'll definitely pick that up once it's out because it had some great visuals and it looked like another epic rhythm game, which Vita is region free. So
what did you say the name was again?
Yeah, it's letter I, letter A, / letter V, letter T, colorful. It's a little bit of a quirky title. I believe it's the name of the Vocaloid.
Let's see. I don't think I got this right. Oh well, I was trying to search it up just to get a quick impression of it.
Let's do that later, though.
Yeah. Let's not waste the time on that. Oh, it's so funny because we went from talking about like story-heavy games to going to these really like lighthearted, just gameplay-focused games.
These are game ramblings for a reason, right?
Yeah. Whoa. But can I just ask you a question, Mike? This was something Senkai said just the other night. He said that video games have the best stories to tell. Would you agree with that statement?
Yes. And the reason why I agree with that is because video games are usually longer
Yeah.
than say movies.
Hmm.
They are more visual than books, and it offers you a choice as well. So yes, I agree that video games, at least for me, they are the best storytelling medium to really immerse yourself in a universe.
Yeah, that's a really insightful answer.
They have the advantage since they have everything at the same place. They're not missing out on everything. Even often when I read something or watch a movie, I feel like I would like it to be something else or have more of something or be longer or whatever. And a lot of times when I finish a video game, I feel very, very satisfied.
Yeah, no, that's definitely the case. You also have that sense of accomplishment of undergoing trials.
Yeah.
And reading a book is just reading a book, and watching a movie, even though I really love movies a lot. I've watched so many movies. Yeah, there's something about video games, especially in terms of stories, and now that I'm very heavy in JRPGs and visual novels, that you can't really get from other mediums, in my opinion.
Of course, there's also the sense of immersion you can get. I mean, aside from all the other things you said, like it is really a complete package. But then you also have to consider, does even though a game is longer, does it really utilize its time well to tell a story much better than a movie? Like I know a lot of video games that even though they're like 80 hours long, they don't accomplish as much as a single movie can in 1 hour, you know?
Yeah, that's interesting
But
though.
then there's of course there's like a lot of games that actually do, and they do way better than any movie I've seen.
There I want to mention Snatcher. Because Snatcher is pretty short, but it still has those great benefits of being a game. Because it's not as short as a movie. It still adds time to it adds playtime to make you do all these choices and look around in having these little investigation parts. But it still reminds me a lot of a movie because it's divided into 3 chapters, just like a movie. So Act 1, Act 2, and Act 3. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. Yeah, Snatcher is a really good example if you would say analyze movies versus video games.
Yeah.
It's, especially because it's a sort of detective mystery as well. But now you actually have the choice to actually make decisions and where to go. Where opposed if you say watch a movie, you just watch the character act it out, and now you can actually choose like, hey, I think I need to go there to get the story going again, and that's what I really enjoy about video games.
Yeah, definitely. So would you guys say that, let's just say we have an 80-hour long movie, would that be able to accomplish something similar to what a video game could in its own 80 hours? Really? You think so?
Absolutely.
It's like a long series.
Yeah, but I'm watching Breaking Bad right now, and every episode is about 1 hour long, and I've watched like 30. I guess I've been watching it for 35 hours, and it's so good. So I mean, definitely 34 or wait, 45 more hours. Sure, that would make a total of 80. So
yeah,
I don't know.
no, I agree with that as well. There's been a lot of great TV shows like Lost or Game of Thrones that I love, or anime shows like Death Note, Cowboy Bebop, or even movie series trilogies like say Lord of the Rings or Back to the Future that I really invested in as well, and that is usually longer than say a 2-hour movie, and really gets you immersed as well.
Yeah, I agree. I think like movies can tell stories just as well as video games, and the other way around, if they're just giving like the proper treatment, be it more hours or just like taking a different approach to everything. Because that's what a lot of series do. Game of Thrones, for example, it tells its story through like so many characters at the same time. It's such a like unique way of telling stories as well. Like the structure is completely different from the 3-act structure which you usually get in movies and such, because it's so much longer, and it's a series, so you get several episodes.
Yeah, no, it's very interesting. It's too bad that there's not a game based on this, but I love the Battle Royale. It's a Japanese movie.
Yeah.
It's fantastic. I read the novel, and I also read the graphic novel
Right.
afterwards. And it's kind of an evolution because it's a 2-hour movie.
Mhm.
It's about a 1-day 400-page book, or it's this epic, I would say 3,000-page graphic novel, which just goes in depth for all the characters, and it just felt like the ultimate immersion if you already love the other mediums.
Hmm.
And it's too bad that there has never been a Battle Royale adaptation game.
Yeah. Well,
I'd love to see that.
that's the cool thing about games like Danganronpa and 999 and such. Those games are like totally inspired by the whole concept that Battle Royale introduces.
Yeah.
And I also want to mention that it's great how, like you said, a lot of other media complements each other. So when you finish watching the movie, you can go to the manga or the comic book, and then vice versa. If you maybe want to you read the manga first and you want to go to the audio cassette or something.
Yeah. Scott Pilgrim is another universe that I really like. I love the graphic novels the most, but the movie is great. The video game was a lot of fun.
Mm-hmm.
It's fun to connect. The same with Adventure Time now. I still got to play the games.
Yeah.
Just immersing yourself in multiple mediums, so gaming, reading, and watching. It's always great.
It just strengthens the experience so much more. I want to tell you though, Mike. Or at least I'll say it in one word, or just the name of the company, Telltale. They will make the game for you. Game of Thrones, the game. By Telltale.
Precisely. Yeah, I really look forward to that. I have to be honest, I'm lagging a little bit behind.
Yeah.
The Wolf Among Us, I've only finished the first episode, and the same for Walking Dead Season 2, so I'm kind of running behind, but I'm also big on Borderlands, so Telltale is going to get my money a lot. So they're doing some really cool stuff, very awesome storytelling, some nice gameplay thrown in there.
Yeah.
Sold.
Yeah. Telltale has always been able to deliver these really great, what would you call it? Player's choice stories, where choose your own adventure, basically, kind of stories.
Have they though? Because that's something I really want to discuss here.
Uh-huh.
I love The Walking Dead, and I think it's the first season anyway. That's what I played so far.
Yeah.
It's great, but are Telltale really very good at making games? Because I heard that their other games are not very good, like the Jurassic Park one, and also Wolf Among Us are not nearly as good as The Walking Dead.
But
so.
I heard the exact opposite about The Wolf Among Us, that it's supposed to be a lot better than Walking Dead, and it's an original IP, right?
Well,
'Cause this
no,
is all
it's
just
not
things
an
I heard,
original. It's not an original IP. It's based on the Fables graphic novels that has been running for a long time.
Oh, I see.
But I heard, haven't definitely not heard any bad stuff about it. But from Telltale, they did a lot of things in the past before they really became popular with The Walking Dead. The two series that I really enjoyed from them, and that's because I love the source material. It's the Back to the Future 5 episodes and the Tales from Monkey Island. Those were really great.
What about Sam and Max?
Have not played those. I only played the original LucasArts.
I really want to play that.
Company?
No, it's not.
Yeah.
Or they made new games from LucasArts IPs.
Yeah.
No, the thing is, LucasArts was a graphic adventure company back in the 90s.
Yeah, I know.
And
but
the ex-LucasArts employees are the heads of Telltale.
Oh, is that so?
really?
Yeah.
All right. Well,
So the main people behind Telltale, they used to work for LucasArts.
right.
And that's why they worked on Monkey Island and Sam and Max. And then they started doing source material like Game of Thrones, Back to the Future, and Walking Dead.
I feel like we're a class and you're the teacher here.
It's I have this tendency to remember so much, I would say, information, sometimes useless information, and yeah, I know too much.
The useless information is usually the most interesting, though, I find.
That's true.
So, like, when somebody mentions something totally, like, unknown, you go like, what? Really? Is that the case? Like, yeah, I totally read that up once. It's not important, but I read up about it.
Shall we discuss the Did You Know Gaming thing? You know what I mean, Mario?
Oh yeah, sure. Let's go ahead with that. Me and Senka have been talking about this a few times actually. Did you know gaming is a really like popular, what would you call it, like a website? No, well, a set of images. I guess, I mean, it is a website as well. But what me and Senkai keep talking about is that it's really underwhelming now that they tell us all the secrets of the video game world, because these are the kind of things that we want to, like, all these secrets are the kind of things that we want to find out through, like, our own friends. We don't want to, like, everybody to know the same secrets, basically, because that makes them not secret anymore.
Yeah. There was a time when I think a friend of ours was really, really happy because he found out about something, and I saw his enthusiasm, and he was really, really happy that he knew this very, very cool thing.
Mm-hmm.
And both me and Mario said, "Oh yeah, we know."
Ah, yeah.
Just killed the moment right there, and
that is happening more and more frequently now with Did You Know Gaming, because everyone is knowing everything, and those special little moments don't appear.
Yeah, they don't exist anymore because it's made public already. So like,
yeah, I understand what you're going for. It's yeah. The thing is, I don't go to the website, but I watch their episodes on YouTube, and I really enjoy them. And I always figured that they're actually doing kind of like the new generations, a lot of surfers where they actually explain a lot about the series and the past of it, in terms of actually Easter eggs and stuff.
Yeah, that's really, really great stuff though.
That is, even for older games, and I would say it's okay, but for newer stuff to talk about the Easter eggs, that would be tough.
Yeah, it's
another series that I haven't watched in a while because they're not on YouTube and I don't like the site anymore. It's Game Trailers Pop Fiction.
Yeah.
Break down gaming myths. They had some really cool episodes.
Yeah, those are really fun too. But it's the same thing with those. I mean, it's interesting at the moment when you watch it, but then you realize, it's something you want to discuss with your friends. I feel that at least when you mentioned this thing about LucasArts ex-members being part of Telltale now, or they're the heads of it. That's like an interesting fact that I'd rather want to hear from you, because that makes our conversation more interesting. Like, if you had said that and I had already found out that on like a YouTube video or something, it wouldn't have been as interesting.
Yeah, I mean, we have our reactions recorded now, so
yeah.
I promise if you rewind back and listen to it, would not be the same if you already knew. So.
Yeah.
Hey, did you guys know that the former people at LucasArts they created the Telltale?
Yeah, we saw it on this Accent on Gamers video. Don't tell us about it, jeez.
You guys are familiar with that other studio that came from ex-LucasArts employees, right?
No, which one?
Double Fine.
Oh! What?
You guys knew that already, right?
No.
No.
No, really?
No.
You guys need to brush up on your graphic adventure knowledge of the past.
We haven't played too many graphic adventures yet.
Double Fine is headed by Tim Schafer, who used to work for LucasArts as well.
Ah, wait, yeah, that is... Wait, I think I know now. Yeah. But still, yeah, I'm surprised, because I wasn't thinking about it. It wasn't less, clear.
Yeah, it's actually funny. I booted up Final Fantasy X HD yesterday after beating Danganronpa 2. I was looking at the credits, and all of a sudden a name pops by, which was something like event planner or event designer.
Yeah.
And it said Tetsuya Takahashi.
Tetsuya Takahashi?
That's the guy behind Monolith Soft, right?
Oh. Huh.
So he worked on Final Fantasy X
before he left.
And then he left and made Monolith Soft. So.
Wow.
Unless it's another guy that's by the same name.
This is one of your other useless facts that are really useful.
Actually, that's really, really cool.
Wow, yeah.
No, it's sometimes you might not take into account is the people who actually work behind the scenes to create these games. And we all know the big names, the Hideo Kojimas, the main faces, but you also have the smaller guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That are also there.
I met this guy who made the battle system in Final Fantasy 13. Yuji Abe, I think his name was. Yeah. And he was a really nice guy and everything. But it's cool that I don't think a lot of people know about him. But it's a really interesting battle system, and I always was a fan of it. And it's those people who needs recognition as well, in my opinion.
Yeah. I think
I've said this countless times, and if there's listeners who still hate Final Fantasy 13, you are welcome to do so. But I personally believe that the battle system in Final Fantasy 13 was a fantastic, refreshing thing.
Absolutely.
I no longer needed to micromanage everything. I could just dictate the flow of a battle, and shit would get done on AI level. I absolutely loved it. Thank you. What was his name? Yuji Abe?
Yeah.
we'll forever remember Yuji Abe.
Definitely. Now that's.
And now we spread the message. Good job there, Senkai. Now another person will get the recognition he deserves.
Right.
He's gonna be right
This
up
is
there with
something that I
like.
didn't know yet, so that's great.
Yeah. It's fantastic. Wow. Because I often do this with the composers and artists where I look them up and like check them out on Wikipedia to see what else they worked on, and but I never really think about the other minor people. I mean, they're just as important in reality, but you don't really think about it. So maybe sometimes we should actually read through the credits instead of just like walking away from the screen when they're rolling.
You know what's funny? What I always do, and I usually just let the credits roll out after beating a game. I always look at the end, whether or not the credits thank me for playing the game. I find that very important in credits.
Yeah, I always watch credits too. I think like the music choices and everything. Sometimes it's really really good.
It's a good time to actually sit down and reflect on whatever happened.
Absolutely.
Definitely, and usually you get a nice bonus cutscenes or some funny stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or you find out about all the children that are being born by all the developers, which is something they usually do nowadays. But it's credits, and they're part of a game as well.
We should give credits some more credit, you guys.
Definitely.
What more can we talk about though? Cause
Yeah, there's something I really need to mention because you were talking about how you looked up people on Wikipedia.
Yeah.
Wow. So this guy who makes the music for for Grandia series.
Yeah.
Fuck, I can't remember his name. It's something with a N. But anyway, I saw his name when I were listening to a remix from a track from Ace Attorney 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I thought like he made the remix, but no, he was actually the guy who made the music for the whole game. And then I look at Wikipedia and find out that he made the music for so many great titles. The Investigation series included. So that was really neat, actually.
I feel like Noriyuki Wadare, or whatever he's called, he's a really like accomplished composer. Like I haven't heard too many of his tracks, but I really distinguishedly remember his tracks from Grandia 1. Just amazing. So like I'm not surprised he got more work after Grandia or even before Grandia.
Okay. We gotta bust out this topic right here.
Yeah.
So, Game Arts. They made this game series called Grandia, and everybody and their mother, they love Grandia, especially Grandia 1.
Uh-huh.
But I'm gonna bust it out here. Game Arts also made Lunar 1 and 2.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I feel that Lunar 1 and 2 are miles better than Grandia. I don't see the appeal of Grandia. What am I missing here, guys?
Yeah, what you're missing here is that we have not played Lunar 2.
Yeah, I've always wanted to play Lunar 2 so badly. But like, I'm gonna tell you straight what I love about Grandia. Just like many similar type of games. If you watch our channel, you know that we love Skies of Arcadia, for example. There's the sense of adventure and wonder that a lot of video games lack. Like even RPGs that take you on these wild adventures, they lack the whole sense of adventure. It lacks the spirit of traveling and experience things. And I feel like having these really young protagonists that are really simple, like they have a really simple mindset, and seeing them develop their opinion about the world and traveling together and becoming stronger, and those kind of things, I think made Grandia much stronger than most titles. And
you would love Lunar, really.
Right, and I still want to play Lunar. Like Lunar 2, I'm not sure why I'm more interested in Lunar 2 over Lunar 1. Maybe I should play Lunar 1 before Lunar 2.
Yeah, you should. I'm really interested in Lunar 2 because I really like the first Lunar, but yeah, you should definitely play that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've played the Lunar on the PSP a couple of years ago, and that was such an amazing experience. Just the journey and the characters again, and the story, it was great, and great battle system. And then sadly Lunar 2 never came in the same style on PSP, so I played the PS1 version.
Yeah.
But that was another great experience. And then afterwards, a year later or something, I actually delved into Grandia, and it just didn't grip me as much. I just wasn't as invested in it as I was with the Lunar games.
But did you feel underwhelmed? Like, did you feel the necessity to compare them?
Yeah, because it was Game Arts, and I was just thinking of, hey, this is going to be Lunar on the same level as Lunar, and I kept comparing them, and I felt, the characters, I felt, for some strange reason, I felt that Grandia was very cliched.
Yeah, it was.
Even though it's a 90s RPG when the genre was still only 10 years old.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe it was just not the right time when I played it, so I left off at about, I would say, 10 hours or something.
Oh,
I see.
But you should.
You didn't finish it.
No.
No, because it didn't grip me.
You should play the I think a lot of what made this story strong in the end was the actual ending, because I love the final scene basically. It was so emotional. I don't know how.
Grandia 1 is one of those games that it feels like there's more than one ending. How can I explain it? But there's happening stuff in the middle of the game, and also three. I don't know how to say it, but more than one, you feel like you're done with the game, and then there's more stuff coming up. So. It's really nice.
I have to mention also, it is a very simple game. Like the thing you say about it being very cliche, that's completely correct. Like I'm not gonna deny that fact, but it's still adventurous. It's still as fun as any other game. How can I put it? It's just even though it's simple, it's fun. That doesn't detract from the overall fun factor, and. It's about the spirit of the game. It carries a special spirit that I think most games don't really have. And now if I do play Lunar afterwards and I feel Lunar's better, I don't think I'll think less of Grandia or I'll think it's bad or anything like that. I'm still gonna think it's just as good as I thought.
Yeah, no, I understand. Maybe it was because especially around 2009 to 2011, I was binge playing RPGs so much. So maybe I just was a little bit burnt out at the time, and maybe in a while, a year or maybe a couple of years, I'll go back to Grandia, replay it, and fall in love with it. That's the fun thing about gaming. You give things a second chance, and
yeah, absolutely.
Somehow it just clicks. And sometimes the reverse happens, because I booted up Final Fantasy X HD, and I was had this strange feeling where I was like, should I play this game? Maybe it's not as awesome as I remember it when I played it in 2001 and 2006. And because now there's so many advancements, already from 4 battles, I started to get annoyed that there was no auto battle.
Oh yeah, right.
And I'm so used to auto battle, and especially if you play Bravely Default, which has 4 times the speed.
Yeah, you cannot play those two games back to back.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking, oh, Final Fantasy X HD, maybe I should take it slow first. But yeah, it's interesting how it happens. But sometimes though, a crappy game will always be a crappy game, no matter when you play it or how you play it.
Maybe. But yeah, we have to take a little break here because Mario's mic just ran out of battery.
I see.
So we're back, and just to sum it up for Mario, we were discussing how Mike played Bravely Default for a while with auto battles on,
Uh-huh.
and then picked up the Final Fantasy X HD again, and that game never had auto battles.
Oh.
And, it's not that it's slow or anything, but Bravely Default is like 4 times as fast.
Yeah, of course.
And the details aside, that's something that happens every now and then, that you pick up an old game and you're used to some mechanics that didn't exist back then.
Yeah, of course.
So that's topic for us.
Yeah, I can relate to this as well. There's a lot of times where you're like you've gotten spoiled by a lot of new mechanics, and then going back to older games, they're just so clunky. Auto battles is a nice example, but what else can I think of really?
There's a fun thing Mike can relate, I'm sure.
Yeah.
So get ready for this one. But right after no, this is a surprise for you. I finished Destiny, and then I picked up Tales of Exilia 2 again, and I tried to run with the left stick by pressing it down, to run faster.
Basically, he was like playing it as a first-person shooter.
So as I tried to run in Tales of Exilia, because you can dash in Tales of Exilia too if you press the R2 button. But I tried to do it with the left stick by pressing it down. It didn't work. So.
Yeah, good luck if you try to play maybe 2 or 3 first-person shooters after each other or during each other. You will get confused.
Yeah. But a lot of first-person shooters do have a similar setup, right? Controller setup. I don't play too many first-person shooters, but in the case of RPGs and such, they're very similar. Like I'm sure the developers learn from each other, so they try to keep it as simple and straightforward as possible.
Yeah.
But with first-person shooters, is it like the same? Like, do most third-person shooters or first-person shooters use the same control setup, basically?
Yeah, basically. It was fun when I played Gears of War after I finished Mass Effect 2, and wow, they play the same basically.
Yeah, that I can see, definitely.
The melee button is on the same button and everything. So.
Yeah, I want to mention this now that we're on the topic. I feel like Square Enix in particular does this thing where instead of learning from the convention, they actually set out to do their own thing all the time. So I always feel pretty confused when I start up a Square Enix title. I'm not sure about you guys, but they always try to re-innovate like everything from the control scheme to just in-game mechanics. And I often find that confusing. Like I think I played what was it? Maybe it was Third Birthday. Or maybe it was something else, but I know Square Enix in general.
I'm going home. Bye-bye.
No, come back. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to mention it.
It hurts, man. It hurts.
There, Mike. I'm sorry. Alright, we're not gonna mention the...
It's never gonna be my birthday again.
Oh, man.
Okay, sorry guys. Traumatized by third birthday.
Oh, yeah. The thing about us though is I always wanted to play the first Parasite Eve. We only got the second one here in Europe, as you might know, Mike. I started playing the first game on the PSP. I was completely into it. It was really good. But I never got that stark contrast as most of you guys did, who were like dedicated fans of the series before Third Birthday came out. And well,
Well, that is technically not true. Basically, what happened when the Third Birthday was coming out, I believe 2011.
Yeah.
I decided I'm going to play all 3 games back to back. So I
Oh.
played Parasite Eve 1. I loved it. It was awesome. And
Yeah.
then Parasite Eve 2, I was like, what's happening here? Why are you turning it into an action Resident Evil game? And then I played the third birthday and the story and the controls, and I was like, no, Square, stop it, just stop wasting our, stop it.
Yeah.
So,
But what happened to that was also that the license ran out. So basically they had to redo a lot of things because basically they couldn't use the same license, because Parasite Eve is like an established thing in Japan. It's a novel.
It's a novel, yeah.
So Square Enix basically lost the rights to use any resemblance, to Parasite Eve, and that's why it's not called Parasite Eve. It's called The Third Birthday.
oh, that's cool.
So I mean, I imagine that it would still be the same kind of game, regardless of the license or not. But they said that was one of the reasons to why it became so radically different as it was.
Yeah, it's just sad that they never stuck with that whole turn-based system that they used in the first Parasite Eve, which I really enjoyed. It was such a strange, unique way to play a turn-based RPG with
It was really cool indeed. Is there a game that's like pretty similar?
Yeah, I was thinking I was going to mention Kodelka for the PS1. Do you know about it, Mike?
I have heard of said title. I have heard of said title appearing in somebody's hands as anytime soon.
Oh.
But I have not played this game myself.
Okay, good, because it's basically a prequel to the Shadow Hearts series on the PS2,
Yeah.
which I'm gonna start playing really soon.
Yeah, that's about all I know. That it's a PS1 title predecessing Shadow Hearts, but I have no
Right.
idea how it plays. Or
It's a horror game, but it has RPG elements in it, so you have random encounters and such. But basically, it's like Resident Evil 1 and 2, but you have RPG encounters which are played out as a strategy RPG. It's a grid-based battle system. So I think it reminds me a lot about Parasite Eve. I picked it up like a long time ago, and I picked it up really cheap. But I always wanted to play Shadow Hearts more than Kodelka for some reason. But now that it's come to my attention again, I actually want to play Kodelka a lot more than I used to, and I actually want to play it before Shadow Hearts. But I might not do that. But still, it's a really intriguing way of presenting an RPG.
Maybe you should play it first.
Yeah. I was thinking that too, but I have a PAL copy, and that I'm gonna send that off to Greg, RPG Swagman, which is the co-host on your podcast, Mike.
he told me that's what I mentioned.
Yeah,
I knew
exactly.
He was gonna get that, so he was really excited for it when he mentioned it. So
Yeah, I'm gonna send him a nice package. But so I wanted to get the American copy because Senkai had a really weird influence on me, where because Senkai loves playing the games as optimized as possible. So he wants to play them in 60 hertz for one, So we always buy American copies or Japanese copies or whatever. So I'm probably gonna pick up Kodelka as an American copy instead. But I'm looking forward to it. It's because it's just like Parasite Eve in the way where, it's presenting itself in such a unique manner that you can't help but being intrigued by it.
yeah, no, that's true. It's so interesting to see that, especially in the 90s, how many companies wanted to make a unique title by incorporating RPG elements, where everything nowadays it's shooters, multiplayer.
It was so different back then because it's fun when you look back at a PS1, and there are so many RPGs. Like that was the first-person shooter genre back then.
Yeah, it's the powerhouse of the PS1, the powerhouse genre.
Yeah, because the consoles just weren't strong enough to handle these action-packed titles yet.
Yeah.
So they had to do something that slowed it down, and turn-based RPGs or strategy RPGs and
That
stuff.
makes a lot of sense, yeah.
But
do you think
yeah.
Japanese developer catered towards the JRPG genre because it was easier to develop, or because they just generally thought it was a better genre to make games with?
maybe it was a mix because there's so much passion in all of those games.
Yeah. I feel like especially during the PS1 era, now during like last gen PS3 and such, I feel like a lot of games were just lacking like that, spark that a lot of PS1 titles had. It feels like a lot of those games, like the recent games, are just developed over the course of a year, and they just want to have it out to,
Yeah.
proceed to the next game in the series. And for me, it doesn't really make sense because what's the point of making a game when you're not putting any like heart or effort into it? It's just like it's just a means to get to the second game, or it's like a continuous cycle where they just make a game to make more money to make the next game.
Yeah, we were talking about this in one of the chats. I believe it was the Excellent on Gamers chat, where gaming nowadays, or games are being developed as being consumer products, where in the past they were done more with a smaller team who had a lot of influence in the actual creation of the game, and now it's like hundreds of people working there, and
Yeah.
it's losing some
It's
of
like
that
a
spark.
factory now.
Different because nowadays they're thinking, what can we do to make this sell as much as possible? And back then it was, how can we make this interesting enough to sell
Exactly.
as much as possible?
Yeah.
Instead of finding ways to sell it, they try to make it good enough to sell by its own.
Yeah. That's why you see this weird influx of like the same kind of games being released all the time. Like there's always these cutesy moe JRPGs that come out. I'm not gonna like blame people like Compile Hearts or even Gust or whatever. But you see these kind of games come out all the time. It's the same kind of games, and eventually they just get lost in the mix of in the sea of these games, and you don't really care for them. While as with the older title, like older JRPGs, distinguishingly like each title from each other. You know exactly who developed it, and exactly what went into it and such.
Yeah, and even the greater series, their own individual titles in those series were very different.
Yeah.
As where Final Fantasy titles always have been very different to each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's interesting what's happening with gaming industry nowadays, and I'm very happy that we have still Japan is just. It never really felt that it changed, and now you have a lot of indie developers as well. So there's still good things, but they're the mainstream stuff, and the EAs and the Activisions, and this is why I'm so got so angry at Destiny and just in general at Western gaming. I'm just not as invested in it anymore.
No.
Last gen I played way too much, shooters, action adventures. So it's 80% Japanese games and then 20% Western games, where I just pick up the good stuff up, like the Diablos and the Last of Us,
Yeah.
You're playing Call of Duty, right?
Yeah, Call of Duty is a guilty pleasure, but I really dislike Ghosts. I don't think that I'll pick up Advanced Warfare this year. Maybe somewhere next cheap, €20.
Yeah.
But yeah, Call of Duty somehow it is a guilty pleasure because, like I mentioned, I play these games on the hardest difficulty, so I just play single player on veteran, and it's a sort of a trial and error adrenaline rush for me.
Yeah.
And this is why I play those. But yeah.
At least it's good because they're so short too, so you can just play them in a short burst and actually be finished with them very quickly.
Yeah, it's usually when I buy them for cheap, and then it's a long weekend or something like that, then I'm done. But I don't particularly care for the multiplayer as much.
That's the reason why they sell too, because they keep upgrading the multiplayer, and people have to progress to the next title. But as for the campaign, at least it's very short.
Yeah, no, that's definitely true. But yeah, there's just so many sequelizations happening. Just Call of Duty, Assassin's Creed. I really got burnt out on seeing yearly releases. Like, at least come out with your games on a 2-year basis.
Yeah.
So you can alternate between series. And
exactly. Because how do you keep up with this?
Just sad, for example.
Yeah.
I love the series. I was there with the first game. It got a lot of bad reviews. I bought it day one, and I really enjoyed it. It was a little bit repetitive, Then the second game was fantastic, and then it already started unraveling. Revelations, Brotherhood, too fast. I still picked them up after each year, and then 3 I was like, nah, skip, and 4 skipping, and now it's exploding. Unity and spin-offs on the Vita and all that stuff.
It's impossible to keep track of it by now.
Yeah.
And that's like shooting themselves in the foot, like developers. Because what's the point of doing, like, do they really sell as well as, they expect when they make so many games?
They do, and that's the problem.
Yeah.
But how? Like,
there's so many people buying it. It's there's such a huge crowd of what I would say just medium gamers that just tend to pick up a game once every while.
Yeah.
And then because they're not very invested, they just pick up what's popular or what's recommended by other medium gamers, and then they only play the Call of Duties, the Destinies, and the Assassin's Creeds, and never find out about the more obscure stuff.
It's great at work because I'm a GameStop employee, if I didn't tell everybody. And we have this members card now, which we didn't have before, where members can play a game for 1 week. And if they don't like it, they can put the money on another game once per purchase. So every time you buy a game, you can trade it for another game one time, and then you have to buy another game to do it again. But it's so good because I can recommend all of these great games, and if they say like, I don't know, I can say, but you have 1 week to get what you really wanted in the first place, right? So we had this guy who was gonna buy FIFA, and he was a little interested in the Batman games, but he really wanted FIFA, but I told him to get Arkham Asylum first, and if he wanted to, he can always put those money on FIFA in the end anyway. But he liked it so much that he actually put those money on Arkham City instead.
That's cool.
So he played those 2 games, and then he purchased Arkham Origins and put those money on FIFA. So for buying 2 games, he actually played the whole trilogy and got FIFA in the end.
Yeah.
It feels like that is nice, yeah.
Yeah, it feels like GameStop is giving like gamers a chance to actually try out more than they know of already, and that they're actually helping out the game industry in that regard.
Yeah, at least I'm trying to. So.
That is an interesting concept. It's pretty bad here in the Netherlands. Games are just expensive. There's usually a lot of major chains, not GameStop, but Game Mania and some big electronic stores. And there's just no personal interaction. It is just you buy your games and they lure you in with discounts at times. And there's always the bigger games. I very seldomly see like a Danganronpa 2, forget it. You'll never find it. There's one dedicated GameStop that I know has it, but they overprice stuff.
Yeah.
But it is too bad that it's kind of like an iceberg with the game industry. There's this top group of games that so popular, so marketized, everybody picks those up, and then there's this huge iceberg underneath the water that is just of fantastic quality.
Yeah.
But you gotta be really invested in the industry to find out about
But that's exactly why they call it an industry as well. You're gonna see these kind of things in all sorts of industries.
Yeah, no, that's definitely true.
But yeah, speaking of like buying games and such, I'm really interested in this. We haven't talked about it yet. You're a game collector, and so I really wanted to know what spawned that initial interest in collecting games. Aside from liking games, of course, was there a reason why you started collecting like shelves full of games?
It's interesting. I started out with gaming, and pretty honestly, I got a PlayStation 1. I had a Sega Genesis with almost no games because it was very hard to get them. So I got a PS1, and we got it modded. So I got stacks and stacks of illegal discs.
Of course, Criminal Mike.
Yeah, I was 12 years old. A
young criminal.
A very young criminal. So. But at around the time when I started to get, jobs and some spending money, I decided, hey, I know these games are fakes. I want to get at least Final Fantasies and the Metal Gear Solids and the Crash Bandicoots.
Yeah.
And from there on out, I also started to get into the PlayStation 2 and GameCube era, and I just started saving up money to buy new games.
Right.
And then around 2006 and 7, I just figured, I wanted to play Super Nintendo. I wanted to play other RPGs from Square. And then I just started looking for them and started collecting them within the Netherlands. And then I got PayPal and credit cards. I just Europe, the world. And then it all spiraled out of control, and I was buying so many games that I couldn't even play. And then I decided, hold it, I'm going to sell a lot of games.
Wow.
I got to get this under control because I think I have an addiction. And so I'm very happy with how I'm collecting now. I very seldomly buy games, and when I do buy games, I buy the stuff that I really like and qualitize my collection instead of quantize my collection.
Yeah, definitely.
Which is, this is just some of the principles in beating the backlog. Those are the two principles I stand for whenever I talk about game collecting on YouTube.
Yeah. It's cool. So now the world knows that good things can come out of piracy as well, because if it wasn't for piracy, you wouldn't have bought all those games. So, game developers, you should listen to this and learn something.
I actually did a video on it that was very well received a while ago. It was actually a response to Pete Dorr, where he mentioned that he didn't want to mess around with piracy for some legitimate reasons. I understood. But I did a response to it where I just broke it down. I was like, hey, if I look at the games that I played through piracy first, games like Suikoden, the Final Fantasies, Metal Gear Solid, Snatcher, Police Note, Steins Gate, even a lot of DS games like Radiant Historia, The World Ends With You, even Chrono Trigger. I played all these games, I pirated them first, loved them so much that I went out, bought all the copies, and crazy epic collecting building just because of piracy first. It's not 100% cool to do so.
Piracy is a tool. We need to use it. No, but I totally understand. A lot of people would argue it's not really viable. Like you shouldn't pirate games before you buy them, and it immediately sets you on a wrong path or something. But I really agree with what you're saying, that it's good to get just to get the impression maybe, or if you really like the game in the end, it's a really tough topic, but I do agree with you that it's fair to do it this way as well. Because I mean, you pirate a game in the first place because you're interested in it.
Yeah.
And 99% of the time you probably buy the game afterwards anyway.
I think it's a...
Don't you buy the game before you finish it also, a lot of times?
Yeah, exactly. That happens to me a lot.
Yeah, no, that's true. Sometimes I start playing a game and then I'm just like, hey, I need this game. I want it. And then I'll buy it anyway.
Yeah.
And I think it has a lot to do with perception. Like for instance, we take here Suikoden 2. You might never have played it before. It is around $150, $75, $200.
Yeah.
You save up all that money, you buy it, and then you're like, okay, now this is going to be the best ever game because it's expensive, it's rare, and then maybe it disappoints you and you feel really disappointed and you hate the game for all the wrong reasons because you spent a lot of money on it. But first you pirate it and you just feel like, okay, I haven't committed as much, and then you play it and then all of a sudden you fall in love with it and it's like, oh, now I understand why it's a good game.
Yeah, that makes total sense.
Sometimes that perception of spending money, like for Senkai and me, we had the same thing, he got Destiny for free, so he looked at it a very different way, where I spent even 23 euros on Destiny. I felt cheated out.
Right. But we had this discussion before as well, Senkai and I, and it's just the same with Steins Gate, if we're going to get back to that. That costs a lot of money, currently, and it hasn't even been out for a long time. So, especially the limited edition box. And for me, I reason like this. I say, if you really want a game, the money shouldn't matter, really. But then like you have to have an impression of a game in the first place to actually be willing to put out that much money on it. And but I feel like any game is worth the price if you just want it,
Yeah.
Yeah, no, the thing with the whole Steins Gate release is they didn't print that many copies. It's a small company, and I had my pre-order for, I would say, 8 months prepaid, because I knew I wanted this game.
Right.
I actually regret opening up my copy, to be honest. But once I came back from Japan, because I was in Japan when it was delivered, I ripped off the plastic. I wanted to see the stuff inside.
Yeah.
But
You shouldn't
You shouldn't
regret
be
that,
ashamed
though.
of it. No, exactly.
No,
That's something you should be proud of, seeing the inside of the box and just enjoying the content. That's what you
Indeed.
like. That's the reason for why you bought the game in the first place. I mean, of course, it's a collectible in one regard, but you also want to like have it as a game, like as something you own, and you want to use it
Indeed.
at its full extent.
That's a whole video right there talking about sealed games, but definitely, Mike, I think the money that's the margin between an open Steins Gate and a sealed Steins Gate is not worth it, in my opinion. Like, you can earn that money one day at work, seriously.
And then it's
Just,
like,
just enjoy your game.
yeah,
Really.
it's like
yeah, no, that's true. It's the whole stuff with sealed games. For usually when I don't actually play the game or I need to take it out, I usually keep it sealed.
yeah.
But yeah.
That's for completely different reasons, though. I mean,
Yeah.
the experience alone of opening the game, if you really want to, like that alone is just enough to just, it's worth it.
But yeah, what I'm really surprised at is that the publisher Jest USA that hasn't reprinted Steins Gate. Yeah, it's just really strange to me that even though they had this huge success, they haven't decided to actually reprint a limited edition, or because the general edition is pretty bad. It's just a game case with a disc and a code. And it's
Is it even a code, though? I'm sure Steins Gate is DRM free, where you just install the disc.
I thought there was actually a code. This is what I mentioned. I thought there was a code inside. I have to
There
look.
might be.
But Mike, look, see here. If you hadn't opened the box and found a code, you couldn't have given it to us. So in that
Precisely, yeah.
sense, you did the right move, because now we can experience the game, and so you did the world a favor, basically. So because we're gonna carry on like the legacy of Steins Gate after this and tell other people, and that in turn is
course.
gonna help everyone else play Steins Gate. So you actually did the world a favor by opening that box.
Yeah, that is true, and of course I had to take out my fancy Future Lab badges that are part of the limited edition.
Of
and
course.
look
So
at the art
cool.
book. Yeah, the item that they came with in the limited edition, those Future Lab badges, they are actually a pretty big, well, a sort of a part of the story. So I thought those were a really cool item to get with the game, which it wasn't the case for the Japanese limited editions.
That's a really unique thing. The only other game I can think of that gave you badges and such was Trails in the Sky.
Yeah, the
That's cool
Brazier.
too. Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, I have quite a few Japanese Steins Gate limited editions, and they come with the most ridiculous stuff. There's one that I don't have for the PSP. It comes with a lab coat and slippers.
No way! What?
Yeah.
Wow, that's awesome. Does that go for a lot on eBay right now?
I don't know. I haven't looked. It's this massive box. I think it's about $70-$80. There is one for the it's the semi sequel for the PS3. It gives you a plastic replica of the cell phone of the main character.
Yeah, that's really cool. I've seen that one.
Oh.
And then the most hilarious of them all, you get this banana replica.
Oh, really?
Banana replica?
Which it's part of the story.
The
So
gel nana
gel,
or whatever.
yeah, gel banana, gel nana.
Oh.
You get a replica of that in this cardboard microwave box, and I thought that was so hilarious that I had to pick it up, and luckily I found it on my trips
Cool.
in Japan.
You can make a whole cosplay outfit out of all these parts if you wanted to.
Yeah,
Just buy all the all the additions to make a cosplay costume.
It is even crazier because there was also a PlayStation Vita release that actually gives you a full cosplay outfit of one of the characters in the game.
Wow. So if you basically buy the Vita copy and all those other copies, you can make 2 cosplays and then you can go with a friend.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really ridiculous. You basically get everything, and the only thing that I don't have is the sort of mascot character like plushie that they use in the series. I still want to find a replica of that. It's called a Oopa. And it's kind of like it's kind of like this bear.
Is it like Monokuma?
No, it's more of in a circle round form. It's kind of like but it's that type of mascot plushie type of thing. That
It reminds me a little bit of the thing they have in Gundam. And I don't remember which Gundam series, but some of the Gundam series they have this round little head. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of like Tipo in Cilia and
Yeah, of course. Like every other RPG out there, basically.
yeah, precisely. But so lots of Steins Gate limited editions. I'm sure they are not yet done with all the ports.
No, it's probably going to be a lot more in the future. I'm really excited for the Robotic Notes remake on the Vita because that looks like it's a complete graphical overhaul, and like it's a remake.
Yeah. Just USA, they had a survey when Steins Gate really did well.
Uh-huh.
They haven't announced anything new yet from Nitro Plus, but I'm still hoping for a official Chaos Head release on PC.
Yeah.
And Robotics Notes, there was an anime adaptation out of it as well. I watched it for a couple of episodes and it was a little bit too light-hearted, but I only watched 6 out of the 26 episodes, so maybe it gets really mysterious and crazy. But
because these aren't direct sequels, they're just like it's spiritual sequels.
They're very. Yes, the only thing that basically sets them together is the same development team, and it has to do with sciencey stuff.
Yeah.
Like Steins Gate revolves around time travel, but Robotic Notes revolves around this high school club that builds robots.
Yeah, exactly.
I love that about Steins Gate. It's very it has all these real terms that exist in the real world.
Yeah.
Pretty much anything in Steins Gate you can look up at Wikipedia and you'll find something.
What I see is that like all the smartest visual novels are usually the ones that like you can feel the confidence of the writers that they know a lot more than just like video games basically, and there's just no terms and like psychological things that we weren't fully aware of, but we sort of learned through them.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, just look at say a Zero Escape series or Bioshock Infinite.
Yeah.
And, how they explain things like Schrodinger's cat or multiverse theory.
Right.
That's really cool.
And it's really fun too because they always have their own take on it.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But yeah,
so much awesomeness, and I definitely hope that I'm able to share that Steins Gate key or download with you guys.
yeah, I'll gladly just play it immediately. Actually,
Or if it, as I say, it's DRM free, we can always borrow the disc.
Yeah, borrow.
Legally, I mean.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I understand. It's I'll have to take it out out of the game room.
Here's a funny question though. So let's say we could borrow the CD. Would it be okay for us to actually download the game illegally? Just like give it the reason that we're borrowing the game from you?
Anyway, I would be okay with that. I would say yes.
Because you own it, so yeah.
And you know what the thing is? I'm so 100% sure you guys can just go out on torrents now and just download the game anyway, because I am pretty sure that you guys will enjoy this game and you guys are going to put down your hard-earned money to get the limited edition on eBay.
Yeah. I was already gonna do it without playing it first, so yeah. But that's amazing.
I'm super stoked for the iOS version, seriously.
Yeah, because I wasn't even aware. I have a what do you call it? An iPad, So like I should be playing a lot of iOS games. I haven't. Like Chaos Rings, I've been talking about that for a while. I should play it. I guess what's really keeping me away from it is that I have other games to play currently, and I can always like buy those games a bit later and play them then. But you know, I can just use the iPad and it's gonna be like great because the visuals are gonna come off as so much stronger than they would on a cell phone, for example, or well, a smartphone. I'm sorry, cell phones belong in the 90s. Or in Japan, I don't know.
Yeah, so the thing is, the Steins Gate for iOS was officially released on the Japanese iOS store, only in Japanese. And if you have your iPad jailbroken, then you are actually able to patch the Steins Gate application with the English translation on it, and then you're able to just play it completely in English.
I feel
the complete file is one of those .ips files, right?
Yeah, or IPA at least at the time when I was using it.
I see.
And then you can actually use that with the how you patch a normal ROM, and then you just patch the IPA, and then you actually reinstall that IPA file on your iPad through. I think I used something called iFunbox or something.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah.
you already did it without me knowing. Wow. Okay. Well. Man, I feel like we're getting awfully underground here. We're like discussing all these piracy things and like how to soft mod our like devices. Like, hey, you want to know this trick we can do?
Oh, it's crazy. I was there when I was vividly remember it was second Christmas Day, and it was 2006, where the hacking community released the ability to play PlayStation 1 games on your PSP, and you had to do some
Best
crazy
day ever,
stuff.
seriously.
It was so crazy, it was so undercover, and I'm pretty skilled with computers, so I was there, in DOS commands, setting it all up to be able to play Odin 1 and 2 on my PSP. I got it to work. I was playing Rifle Schools, and that felt like I was part of this underground community, and
that was
really
awesome.
cool.
I remember that because I followed the what do you say, flashing community for PSP ever since it came out. And there was always these new things, like at first you could play Tetris on it and everything, basic stuff, and then they came out with emulators and everything. Very, very early on, they had this fan translation of Tales of Eternia as well, and everything. It was really nice, but then the PlayStation thing was crazy. So many opportunities right there.
In the end, that made the PSP like as strong as it was. I mean, it already has such an amazing library of games, but then that you could also emulate a bunch of games from the past made it even more, of a powerhouse than it was.
Not just a bunch, you can emulate pretty much every single game from
Yeah, exactly.
It has
It's
all
insane.
These emulators for Game Boy and NES and everything. So.
I looked it up. I played, I think it was something out of 18 out of the 25 top JRPGs, and Snatcher and Policenauts I played on my PSP. Just because you have Game Boy Advance emulators, so you can play PlayStation 1 on it. The PSP is one epic crazy device, and I heard that this PSP Go is even more crazier.
Yeah.
So,
Seke, what did you call the PSP again? Like, what's your PSP library called?
Oh, right. It's fucking amazing. That's what I say all the time.
Yeah.
PSP is fucking amazing. I remember this from AGP.
Yeah, but like we all totally agree with this. PSP is such an amazing machine. Like I remember when back when the DS and the PSP were like current, I owned the DS first, and in the beginning the DS wasn't really impressing me at all. Not quite sure why. I got a really bad first go with it with like Super Mario and 64, and it had bad controls and everything felt sluggish. So it left a bad taste in my mouth, and for the longest time I wasn't approaching the DS, but I went to the PSP instead, and that system just delivered exactly what I wanted out of at the time next gen portables. and it came with so many cool games. And a lot of like immediately what you did was you had it hacked, and you got a bunch of games. And so for me, the PSP was just such an amazing system. It allowed me to go back to so many older games as well that I had missed out on. Like I have such cherished memories of playing games like Disgaea. I played Chrono Trigger properly on the PSP for the first time. In the past I had just played pieces of it, but I started playing Chrono Trigger really, with dedication on the PSP and such. So I have a lot of great memories with the PSP, and for the longest time I felt like the PSP, which was much stronger than the DS. I sort of feel it now too, even though it might not be true. A lot of people prefer the DS.
The DS is extremely strong. But
Yeah.
The PSP is like we can play it forever.
Yeah, that's what I feel like too.
Stop to the PSP.
Yeah, that's true. I love the DS as well. It introduced me to so much new awesome stuff, and even though I had a flash card for it as well, I could have easily played a lot of stuff on it. But PSP is the better device because it has so much more emulation options, and it's just a more powerful device. And the only sad part is that you can't play DS games on your PSP.
I heard you can though, but it's super slow.
Yeah.
And there's no touchscreen, so that'll be very hard.
But is it fair to really like compare the systems? By like having them hacked, is it okay to compare them like that? Shouldn't you just compare them by their own standards?
No way, dude.
So okay, so basically PSP is like it's defined by being hacked.
Yes, because you do it in 3 clicks.
Yeah.
That's why.
I did so much crap to get it running, and I recently did a new PSP where I just found out it was like, oh, I'm done.
Yeah.
So easy now.
You're pressing 3 buttons in total.
It's ridiculously easy. It's but the same is for the 3DS and PlayStation Vita now. I just love handhelds, and honestly, I love handheld devices a lot more than consoles.
Yeah, definitely.
I always did though.
We've always been handheld gamers at heart.
My history.
Yeah, same here.
And just to be able to play, RPGs on the go, and all that awesome stuff. It's very important for me to be able to play games on handheld, and I always look forward to whatever's coming out for 3DS and PlayStation Vita.
Yeah, that's why it feels such a bummer when the Vita's not doing as well as it initially seemed like it was going to.
Yeah, it did really bad at the beginning, and in the West it's catching some more stuff, but we need some really killer games for it that just makes people go out and pick them up. But on the Western side, it's just not looking like that's going to happen.
But they never tried
so bad.
They never tried to develop anything for the Vita. It seems like maybe we need to wait another year. But it never.
They do. There are a lot of games for it, but it's not on the shelves.
Yeah, but they don't.
Really don't know why.
But I still feel like there's a lot of multiplat Vita games. Like, why don't you just put it on the Vita and have that be a Vita exclusive?
Because there are a lot of those too.
Yeah, I know, but they're not enough. I don't think there's enough. Like, let's just take this as an example. Senran Kagura, the next Versus title that initially started on the Vita, is now also on the PS4, like the sequel. It's a multiplat between PS4 and Vita. Why didn't you just keep it on the Vita? Like, what's the problem with that? Are you afraid it won't sell as well?
That's the PS4's problem, not the Vita's. PS4, just loves to have ports. I don't know why.
No, but I think
every chance it gets, it takes a port.
I really think it's a problem for both the systems. They're just undermining each other.
Yeah, the thing with that is because the architecture nowadays, it's so easy to port a game from PlayStation 4 to PlayStation Vita.
Yeah.
And companies they just think, oh, twice the system, not a lot of time and effort to develop for it.
Yeah, easy money.
Let's port it, let's make some easy money, let's offer consumer the choice. But it's alienating them, it's true.
Yeah.
If I look at my favorite PS Vita titles, they are exclusives. Well, okay, Danganronpa is technically ports.
We'll just pretend
Not-
1 and
not
2
even-
is one game.
But I'm just
Yeah.
thinking about games like Demon Gaze and Mind Zero.
Yeah.
Two games that came up like just like that. I was thinking about it. They're
Celceta,
exclusives.
East Memories of Celceta,
Mhm.
DJ Max Technica 2. Yeah, Hatsune Miku is also on PS3, but I detest playing rhythm games on a console.
What's that Koei Tecmo game? The one that's like Monster Hunter. Isn't that on the PS3 as well? Maybe it is.
Tokiden?
Yeah, exactly. Is that a PS Vita exclusive? It's not, right?
I think it is in the West, but not in Japan, I believe. But I don't play those types of games. I only know the titles.
But even like extended ports, I feel are justified. I play a lot of the Atelier titles and Persona 4 Golden, for example.
Oh yeah, so great.
Yeah.
So good.
Such
I was,
a maze.
I was
So
thinking about Persona 3 Portable back when we discussed if Persona was a visual novel.
Yeah.
I think Persona 3 Portable feels a lot like a visual novel. Not that it's more of a visual novel than a JRPG. I really think Persona series is JRPGs done perfectly. But yeah, with the cutscenes taken care of in the way they did and everything, Persona 3 Portable really feels like a visual novel.
Yeah, that's true. That's they really changed it up. And I played Persona 4 on the PS2 first. Then I wanted to play Persona 3 and found out that you cannot control your other characters.
Yeah.
And I just couldn't get around to it. So I just said I'm going to play Persona 3 Portable, which was coming out a couple of months after that.
Mm-hmm.
And then I never felt. I only later I found out that they actually took out the cutscenes in this 3D style. But I love the visual novel part a lot more.
Yeah. I must tell you that I prefer Persona 3 Portable over the like original or FES, like by a long shot, because it has so much more content and it's much more refined. And like you wouldn't think it, but there's these small details that actually makes it even stronger as well. Because they've added things that people don't mention a lot. Like there's parts in Tartarus where, like the main dungeon you explore, where you
don't get ill anymore.
No, well that is a thing too. But I was thinking like you rescue people in there. There's like social links get stuck in there. So if you don't rescue them, they disappear from the game. You can't finish them anymore. And that wasn't present in FES, so like that's a cool addition that like made the game more intuitive, and you would because you want to rescue them, and you get a reward for that. And there's like tons of other things, like there's so many more new cutscenes, like for the male side, and then you have the female side, which is great for replay values because they're so different. They're actually pretty radically different. In terms
still
of
gotta do that. Yeah, still gotta go the female route.
Really,
You have to do that.
the
That's
female ride is
so
much better. It's actually I'd say it's crafted better than the male counterpart because a lot of like the important story elements play into social links, which is like a fan complaint about the Persona series, that a lot of the social links aren't part of the main story, but they fixed that with the female main character. I'm not gonna say how exactly because
that's super real good.
Yeah.
You're
All
so
I'm
right
gonna
about
say is I need to find some steamy hot action with Akihiko.
yeah, man, get some protein action there. Yeah, Akihiko. I want to
but
become a
it's-
boxer like him.
This is why I picked the male character, because it was the first time playing it, and I just the option to romance some pretty girls like Yukari and Mitsuru.
Yeah. What about Fuka?
No, not so much, but yeah.
Oh god. Oh well. But yeah,
I had them all.
of course, you had them all at the
This
same
might
time.
sound super wrong, but I was really disappointed when I played Persona 3 the first time because I know you could romance Akihiko in the PSP version, but I played FES first, and I realized you couldn't romance Akihiko, obviously, since I was playing a male. I was really let down.
This is a no homo conversation, but I actually wanted to date Shinji a lot when I played the first when I played FES first, and then when you could do it in that's such an amazing part of Persona 3 Portable as well, because there's a really significant part if you social link Shinji to the max. I'm not sure if you know about this yet, Mike, but I'm not gonna say anything. But if you're the female protagonist and you've reached rank 10 with Shinji, there's a really special like occurrence in the game, which will please like a lot of fans. It did for me at least, and I'm happy for it.
This that guy with the cap, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The tough guy.
Yeah, but like he's a tough guy on the outside, but inside he's really soft, you know. That's why he charmed me. Oh my gosh, you guys.
Yeah, no, I remember him. Yeah, he was really interesting.
He was really interesting until. Well, yeah, but yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Persona 3. I love Persona 4 so much, and I played that twice. But Persona 3 story was really dark, a lot more darker. I really need to replay it. I think.
Yeah, you
I think
should.
when
Persona
Persona
3
5 is
incredible.
coming out,
Yeah.
I gotta play some female P3, and of course we have Persona Q, so that's going to be more Persona 3 characters.
Is she in Persona Q?
No,
at
she's
all?
not. She's considered
No.
like the non-canon in a way. A lot of people, I don't know. I don't think of canon in these stories or series at all. I just play them as what if scenarios and what have you. So it doesn't matter for me. But
it's just the main guy. Minato, I believe, is his official canon name. Is
Yeah.
like I called him.
No, it's Yuki Makoto.
Oh, Makoto. Yeah, I always mix those up.
I'm just happy we get to hear his voice done by Yuri Lowenthal again, and because he's gonna have full voice, like full lines in this one in Persona Q,
Yes.
and it's gonna be next to Yosuke, which is also voiced by the same guy. So maybe we'll have another Tales of the Abyss where he can interact with himself and make another awesome cutscene with that.
I'm not too familiar with what are some of the voices he did.
God, he did the main character in Tales of the Abyss. He made every voice. What am I saying?
Oh, he was Luke von Favre.
Yeah, he made. Oh, God, he made so many voices,
Every
dude.
single game, seriously. He's Yosuke in Persona 4, you know?
Yeah, that's the same thing with Troy Baker right now,
Yeah, but this is even worse because he's in every game. I'm telling you, man. Like
He's fucking Ben
Troy
10.
Baker. Yeah, Troy Baker is in like 90% of games, but this guy is in every single game, be it a background character or like the main character. Usually he's the main character, so you notice him immediately.
Yuri Lowenthal did 200 plus voices in Fallout New Vegas.
Okay, I'm going to look this guy up, and there's one very important aspect for being a serious voice actor. You
Yeah.
have to done voices in Catherine. And
He did make a voice.
Yeah,
he
he's
made.
a blondie.
Yeah, he's a blonde
Yes.
guy. Yeah.
he is Toby, so he
Yeah.
succeeds.
He
wins.
passed the test. He passed the Catherine
He
test.
passed the test. Because of course Troy Baker, he is also in Catherine. He's
Yeah.
so yeah.
And Vincent is in Persona 3 Portable.
Oh yeah, he is. Oh, dude, all fucking Easter eggs. Don't spoil it, dude. We just went through this part.
I know of this. They actually hint the guy in P3P. That is really awesome when I found that out.
Yeah, and I'm just referring back to what it was called. Did you know gaming?
Yeah.
Did you know gaming? Vincent from Catherine is also in Persona 3 Portable. If you go to the bar at this time, blah 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 blah.
How can we have talked about this on this podcast for like 2 hours and I only mentioned Catherine 2 hours later? I love the game as well.
Catherine is such an amazing game. I didn't know this until just like 2 days ago, I think. But the neutral ending shows you a really cool thing. Have you gotten the neutral ending?
Have I
I'm
seen
not
all
so
the
sure.
Okay, yeah, because I didn't see that until like way later. Because I saw the law ending and I saw the chaos ending, and I've seen like the complete endings for both. Should I spoil what happens here? It's just like a short clip, but it's so amazing. I didn't realize it.
Sure, go ahead.
All right, basically the city you're in takes place in outer space.
Yeah.
Wow.
Because like you see the camera pan up to the sky from the city, and there's this giant spaceship floating by in outer space.
Yeah. This was a really what the fuck moment.
Yeah.
I always go for the neutral route in any SMT game.
Yeah.
I try to go for it as well as Catherine, and I really enjoyed the neutral ending. I thought it was the best fitting ending for Catherine.
Yeah,
for the
really.
character as well.
Yeah,
And
definitely.
it was like, Huh? Space develop. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's. I mean, just that detail was a really cool thing they did.
I
Yeah.
have to get that. I played the game like 4 or 5 times, so I could definitely go for another round.
Yeah.
It is. It. You know. I don't know. But if you beat all the levels at a certain rank, you actually got the option to skip the levels. So it was really easy for me to just go in the game and start skipping all the cutscenes and then just pick the routes whenever I wanted to make the decisions, and then I
Awesome.
got the
Hmm.
good endings very fast. Did all the endings, and it was a great experience. And I'm interested to find you guys' opinion on this. The game was a little bit different, but it was manageable, right?
I love the game.
What, did you say different or difficult?
Difficult. The game.
Oh, yeah.
I think it was really.
Yeah, I could
don't
beat it.
know.
Yeah, I thought it was easy, really easy actually, and I played it on a hard difficulty.
You hear that, Dustin?
Same.
Yeah,
Man,
I knew you were getting to this. Oh my god, dude!
I'm
Don't
still
tease
fucking
Dustin,
angry.
dude. Yeah, I know, but it's like, I believe it's not Dustin's fault that he doesn't like it, because there's a lot of games that are really popular that I can't get into personally. Like Monster Hunter is hard for me to get into. Dark Souls is hard for me to get into. It's all those games that are really popular, but you can't wrap your head around. Same thing with the E7. It's
Oh, that's. How about Nier?
yeah, I love Nier.
Fuck.
Nier is like.
I can't get into Nier. I don't like.
Whoa! Okay,
for real?
hold your horses. Now it's getting serious and personal.
Sorry, guys. I couldn't get into Nier. I have to mention here, I am just not very comfortable with hack and slash games. And although this is not a true one, I couldn't get into Nier. And I have to be honest, I have not finished Nier.
Yeah.
There are some games where I really don't care about the gameplay, and that's something I talked with Mario about the other day. That I can be completely blind for gameplay and just play a game because I like the music or the story so much that sometimes, like you just said, you don't care for a hack and slash game. I don't even think of Nier as a hack and slash game. I just remember how good the story
No.
and the music was.
When you mention that it is a hack and slash game, that's like news to me right now, because
No.
just like Senkai says, it's like there's so many qualities in a game that usually other parts of the game carry it for you. And for me, Nier wasn't a hack and slash title. It was more of a, like a story. I played it for the story. I played it for like the visuals and the music. I guess I played it for the atmosphere, because it's from that standpoint, it's totally different from what you usually get with many games. And the game switched up like its mechanics so many times that in the end I couldn't really like put a mark on it, like what kind of genre it was. It was just a mixture of everything, and in the end it didn't even matter what kind of game it was, because it was the other qualities that made it so much better for me.
Okay. Yeah, I think this is another one of those Grandia. There's too many games at the same time. I remember trying Nier, and it just didn't grip me in a couple hours, and I had a huge backlog at around, what was it, 2010, 11? And I just decided, and I sold the game, so
Yeah.
I kind of regret it now when I look at
Do you have a copy of it for any system, or you don't have any?
Yeah, would you give it an extra chance if you had one?
Yeah, I looked up. I talked to the AGP guys quite often.
Yeah.
But I used to have the PS3 version. I sold that, and now it's like expensive, like 20, 30, 40 euros, and I'm like, oh wait,
You shouldn't
still
worry
have the
about it.
Xbox 360?
Yeah.
not the Xbox 360 version.
But do you have the console?
Yeah, I have both.
Because I picked up a Nier today in case somebody had not played the game, so I could give it to
Oh.
him. So this is perfect.
Yeah.
Okay.
Come on, this is fate.
I will partake in your Nier challenge then.
Awesome.
It's our cool Grandia scheme. We're just gonna call it Project Grandia, where we make you interested in all the games that you initially thought weren't very good.
Well, as long as you guys don't start sending me Grand Theft Auto 5 or more Destiny.
No, that's fine. But
Damn it!
do
I had
that-
6
that's
copies I
awesome.
wanted to send you.
But Nier,
I would like
yeah.
to make that a thing. Project Grandia. We could call it that and do it with Dustin and everything.
We'll send him a bunch of Catherines. Like, do you want Catherine? We can send it from the Xbox and on the PS3. And maybe if it was ported to the Vita, we'll send you that as well.
Yeah, no, Nier is often talked about as this game that a lot of people love, and I talked about to the AGP guys a couple of months ago, and I looked into the prices. I was like, it's a little bit too high for me, but hey, if you guys are willing to send me a copy, you guys.
Yeah, totally. I think
Absolutely.
I think we have to do it by this point because you really need to play and enjoy that game for what it is.
I'm definitely going to do it, and this gives me some more interest to play the game.
That's the thing with Jade Empire. I'm so thankful. Thank you, Mike, so much, because that's a game that I wanted to pick up for such a long time.
No problem.
And like that I got it from you, that would make me enjoy the game so much more. I'm sure of it.
Oh yeah, I picked up that game years and years ago for really cheap at a Dutch eBay, like $7.50 or something.
Sweet.
Again, backlog. I played Knights of the Old Republic, and then I moved straight into Jade Empire, and I messed around with it for a couple hours, maybe one or two, and I was like, yeah, it's not really gripping me. Next.
Do I have to send it back to you now?
No.
It's part of Project Grandia, dude. You just need to accept it.
Yeah, no. Nier is definitely a game I want to give a second try, for sure.
Yeah, we're happy to hear it too.
And I hope it doesn't really grip me that I have to go into Drakengard 3 as well.
Why? Because it's gonna be even more expensive.
Yeah. Well, let's just go with this Nier here. I kind of, because I didn't care for the game anymore, I kind of know some of the twists and things.
Well, that's not really important.
It's the overall feel of the game.
Yeah.
So don't worry.
I know, for instance, the twist for one of the female characters.
Yeah. Well.
But yeah, that's interesting. It makes me go look for the hints in regards to this here twist.
You should do what I do when I play video games sometimes, and I spoil myself on purpose. Where I told you the thing earlier in the podcast where I like to see endings being spoiled so I can see how everything leads up to that point, and that in turn gives more time to suck in all the details, and because you get these hints throughout the story where like you normally wouldn't catch on to it hadn't you known the ending first, and so you can give more time and attention to those kind of things, and sometimes like I feel that a lot of stories are better when they do it that way. A lot of TV series do that when they show the ending first, and it works for me. I like that kind of setup.
Well, since you enjoy that setup so much, allow me to give you the ending to Dangan. Okay.
No, not now. I mean, that's a game where I've been trying to keep it a secret because.
Nah, you won't get anything out of me.
Good.
I won't do that.
I'll hold you at gunpoint and see what happens. At Dangan Rumpa trigger happy gunpoint.
Yeah. We should definitely have a talk once you guys finish this game.
Yeah, let's do that seriously.
You know what? Should I just try to finish it by tomorrow?
Nah, don't rush yourself. I don't know how far you are in the game.
I'm on chapter 4.
Oh no, that is a little bit farther away. You have chapter 4 to finish, then
And 5, and then
6. That is about a solid 8 to 10 hours left.
All right. Well, it's not gonna be a problem, I think. Because
No rush.
Well, no, of course. No beat,
No rush.
no auto, no Mega Man games. I hope you guys could see how I slipped that in somehow. No?
You were referring to the robot.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Of course. Wow, somebody noticed. I hope other people do.
The robot in Mega Man.
Yeah, that robot in Mega Man, he sure is tough. No,
Which robot are we talking
yeah, that's what I mean.
the dude in Rockman 7 and 8.
Should I explain the joke I initially made just for people who didn't get it? Because I feel like I just like made a bomb and everything went silent. No, but you were like no rush, and I'm like no auto, no beat, And no Mega Man. That's like the side robots that help Mega Man out.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, no, I figured as well. I know it was a Mega Man reference, but
Wow, this became awkward really quickly.
no, yeah,
Thanks.
okay.
I'm crying here. I'm busting out in tears.
However,
Okay, Danganronpa 2. Yeah, we'll have a
Yeah,
small Facebook chat once you finish it, and then once Senkai is done, we can go into the crazy stuff.
yeah. Would you guys be up for it to have like a Danganronpa talk? Because we played both of the games, and then like, I guess it could be good to have this like building up for another episode when it's eventually released here in the West. You know, having a great big Danganronpa conversation, talking about every single like aspect of Danganronpa could be really fun.
Yeah, definitely. I'm actually. I think I'm going to hold off on uploading my review of both games
Oh,
to wait for this here discussion. I'm
sure. Okay, so
very interested.
so I guess I'll try to finish it off as quickly and as efficiently as possible. Like that's my plan was not to rush through it because I really want to enjoy this experience. But I'm still gonna enjoy it. I'm sure. I'll just make it a bit
Yeah.
faster. Because I want to get to the ending, of course. So it's getting there faster would only be a plus in my book.
And I have a deadline for the game within September, so don't worry. It'll be fast.
What kind of deadline is that?
That I really want to finish it before the end of this month.
Oh, I see.
Dude,
I-
it's
I-
already 24.
Yeah.
But that's fine. That's totally fine. There are so many games coming out October 3rd, exactly. Like 4 games at the same day. I have to be done with Exilia 2 and Danganronpa before the end of September. I'm serious.
All
It's
right.
coming out in October. That is.
I can't remember off the top of my head, but Arno Surge is coming up this week. And then Smash Brothers and Natural
Oh.
Doctrine
Yeah.
are coming out in October, and then we have Evil Within, The Walking Dead Season 2,
Yeah, that's-
so many titles.
Walking Dead Season 2 and Alien Isolation is on my list, but
Yeah, that
hold
one too.
it. I heard a interesting title here. So, Super Smash Bros. 3DS. I downloaded the demo.
Uh-huh.
I played it, and I
You broke your 3DS.
I hated it. I
Oh.
couldn't control it. I did not have the responsive feedback on the control stick of the 3DS to pull off my smashes.
Hmm.
It's very small screen. I have a normal 3DS. I couldn't see the items, and I was like, 3DS, it is not gonna happen. I was missing my C stick. Wii.
I see.
Yeah.
I've been playing the demo for 10 hours now. And, and I'm liking it so far. I also played the full game before the demo came out, but that was only for a evening because a friend of mine who was over here had the game with him. But oh man, I'm super hyped for that. But I've been playing Smash Bros for 12, 13 years now, competitively. Pretty much every day I play a little bit of Smash. So.
But don't you feel like the 3DS is not fit for the Super Smash Bros. Control scheme?
It could have been a lot better, but I can still manage to do everything I want to do, except one thing where I can, if you want to jump back and want to do a forward attack in the air, which
Yeah.
you could do before, I cannot do that very easily. It's still possible to do, but it's like frame perfect now. So, but that's a challenge for me, and I think it's fun.
Okay. Well, I understand. I'm very hyped for Super Smash Bros. I love Melee and Brawl. I had never played it really competitively, but I would just feel that if I picked up the 3DS version, I would get really frustrated by the lack of control that I'm not able to do.
Hmm.
And then I'll just wait for the Wii U version where I can finally, when I pick up the adapter, and finally bust out my good old
Yeah,
best
that-
controllers ever, Wavebirds.
That's gonna be awesome.
Yeah, the Wayward is amazing. I have
I
a
actually have a brand new, never opened Wavebird from Japan.
Are you gonna save it?
It's right here, so.
You're gonna save it for the release of Smash Brothers. Just bust it open when you actually get the game.
I might do that.
My Wavebirds are so busted, the C stick knob is a little bit loose, and the left analog stick is a little bit yellowed and stuff because they've been played to death for Melee and Brawl.
It's just a sign that you're a serious gamer, man. Don't take it as a bad thing. I have a really unpopular opinion about Smash Brothers, which I guess I should get out there. It's that I don't really care for the next Smash Brothers because I feel that Smash Brother has already accomplished what it set out to do with, Melee already. I feel like the concept of having Nintendo characters fight each other is present in that game, and that's the only reason why I played it, because I want to fit all these characters against each other, pit. But yeah, and it's not like this new game is doing too many new things. It still has basically the same roster of characters. It's basically having similar stages and everything. So, aside from music and maybe some visual candy, I don't feel like this game is gonna do anything new for me. And so I'm not even gonna pick it up. The only time I'm gonna play it is when I play it with friends at parties. Now that Senkai's getting it, for example, I'd play it on his Wii U, but I'm not gonna pick it up myself because the game seriously doesn't interest me anymore. It was fun when it did what it did in the first place, but now I don't see a point in picking up another version of it because I can always go back to Melee.
Yeah, I see what you're going for, and this is a concern that I have because back in my old hometown and I didn't have a job, my friends came over all the time and we played so much Melee, and then when Brawl came out as well. But now that's not going to happen. When I play the Wii U version, it's just me sitting here at home. I don't have a lot of people coming over. I'm sure I can go online. But the roster is really interesting to me. I am really looking forward to playing with Rosalina and Little Mac.
Yeah, that's cool.
Those are really good as well. So.
Okay.
That's good.
I really loved Rosalina from Galaxy, and she was also my annihilator in Mario Kart 8. So,
Annihilator, yeah.
So yeah, it's. I have a feeling that I will enjoy the game, but in the end, I'll come down and say it's a great game, but it hasn't brought me that much excitement and fun with friends as I had with Melee and Brawl. So I don't like it as much, but it's still a great game. I think that's the expectation that I have now.
Don't worry about it. Once you come to Sweden for work, you'll play it with us.
Yeah, we gotta make this happen. It's the work that we are split around the world, and we have a region that's actually the Benelux region and the Scandinavian area combined into one.
Yeah.
So the other headquarters besides Amsterdam is in Stockholm. So hopefully I can go there for a couple of days, and then
that would have been
yeah,
really
it would
cool.
be awesome.
Yeah, that is something that hopefully will happen, and I think it's just playing the waiting game.
Cool. Yeah, we're looking forward to it, and hopefully by that time Smash is out, so we can make this dream come true.
Yeah, that's going to be great. I look forward to checking out a country like Sweden. I've never been to any Scandinavian countries except for a terminal in Helsinki when I went to Japan.
Yeah.
But yeah, I like to travel, and to meet you guys would be an absolutely awesome idea.
Yeah, it would be awesome. A pleasure.
Even though you guys are on the completely opposite side of Stockholm, but
well, it doesn't matter. That's once you're in Sweden, you're in Sweden, and we'll solve it from there on.
Yeah.
But yeah, what was I gonna say?
What time is it? I was almost saying there, but how long have we been going on?
For just 2 hours, about.
Oh yeah, just 2 hours, I would say.
Just 2 hours. We can make it 600. No, but we can probably wrap this up soon, unless you guys have anything else interesting you would like to say. Otherwise, we will probably have a lot more game ramblings in the future between the three of us.
Weren't we going to talk about Tokyo Game Show?
Yeah, right. Do you guys want to talk about Tokyo Game Show?
I could do that before we wrap this up.
Right, because I just wanted to have Tokyo Game Show as an icebreaker, to be honest.
Yeah.
But it feels like
it
feels like we're going from topic to topic, but then we return to each of those topics, and now we're back to square one again with Tokyo Game Show.
That's what I love the most, because ever since our first game rambling, it's been like we talk about one thing and it moves on from there.
Yeah.
It's so I don't know.
Maybe we should
natural some way. I love it.
Yeah. I just don't think we should lose track as often as we do. Maybe we jump to too many topics now. But I think it's fun.
Enjoy it.
Yeah, it's fun to talk about the different things too. So, but what do you guys think? Because you said you were slightly underwhelmed by Tokyo Game Show this year. I feel like we got a lot of great titles from here. I mean, if you compare it to last year, I think we got a lot more than we did then. What did we get last year? Do you remember, guys?
Well, I know one thing from the show last year, which is that we didn't get anything Atlas because they did their own event in November, I believe.
I don't
And
remember that
was
event.
hype. That was awesome, you know.
Oh yeah,
the
yeah.
event
Sorry. Yes. The big.
Where,
Yeah, of course.
where they announced a few.
Where Teddy talked for like
Yeah.
15 minutes.
The shoot.
Yeah.
It was such a big tease. It was so annoying too.
That
Oh
stream
god.
was so awesome.
Yeah, it was
oh
the
my
biggest
God.
troll stream ever. Great job, Atlas. But you see, like that shows that Atlas has an ingenuity that, like, not many developers have. It feels like they know us as fans more than any other developer. But yeah, but that was such a
But
great
now that I
stream they had. Yeah,
Think about it. What was announced at TGS?
that's what I'm trying to think about too. Because I remember last year TGS.
Curtain Call, maybe?
Maybe.
I know.
Zero stuff?
Was it really Ground Zeroes? I don't remember any Ground Zero stuff in TGS.
But it's fun though because Dragon Warriors or whatever it's called is really memorable, and we will definitely remember that next year from this TGS.
Ah, yeah, of course, yeah.
But I can't remember anything that memorable.
Was
from
Tales of
last year.
Exilia 2 on there? No, it wasn't, right?
It was already out.
Yeah, exactly. It came out the
Yeah.
same month.
They announced Egg Fighter 5.
Egg Fighter 5. Oh, God. Yeah, I've been waiting for that game ever since you sent me that package. Or sent me the package, I guess. But yeah, Egg Fighter, God. That's such a weird game. Where did you get that from?
Wasn't it Soft Boiled Hero?
Yeah, that's the actual name. But Egg Fighter is the accurate English localized name, so.
Oh, I see.
Haven't you seen all the sequels it spawned?
No, it's the thing is with Hanjuku Hero, soft-boiled hero.
Yeah.
It is a SquareSoft Super Famicom game, and I made it my point to collect all the SquareSoft Super Famicom games at one point.
I see.
So I had to pick up these really obscure stuff like Alcahest and Egg Fighter.
The thing about Outcast is it looks so well made from the screenshots I saw.
It's amazing because I checked it out actually a few days ago, gameplay, and it looked amazing. And I'm getting a EverDrive any day now, so I can play English ROMs on my Super Nintendo. So that's one of the games I'm gonna play first, actually, because I'm really hyped to do so.
Okay, that's awesome. But yeah, that soft-boiled hero, yeah, it's one of those games that you buy when you're too addicted to buying companies' games and you just make wrong decisions. But it is really bad because I had this stack and stack of Saturn games, and I actually sold that to like a Dutch seller here. But I wish I actually didn't sell that pile because it would have been so awesome to just hand those out as gifts to you guys and other people to just say, hey, enjoy some obscure Sega Saturn games. There
People
was
would-
even some 18+ titles in
Sega
there.
Saturn has the most obscure games.
Yeah. I'm sure they'd be really thankful for it, but I'm sure they'd also be like way more confused than thankful at a certain point. Like, why did he send me Knee Cap Fighter X? What is this? You know, it's like
Neon Genesis Evangelion library.
yeah, like I'm glad I'm an Evangelion fan because now I can play this. If you send that to an Evangelion fan, I'm sure he'd be happy though.
But there is one thing out of that set that I think Mario would have really enjoyed, which were my Sakura ties and stuff.
Whoa, yeah. I really gotta make a Sakura Wars video. I'm gonna make it soon. I just need to upload a video about video game sequels where I just discuss a bunch of random things about what I feel sequels should have and what they shouldn't have, and you know what's the right decisions to do with sequels and not. And I feel like it's a really strong video by itself. I just haven't finished editing everything together, and I'm not sure what kind of footage I should use for it. But I think it's a strong video, and I'm sure people are gonna enjoy it once I post it, which I might do this week, because at first I was expecting Senkai to post a video, but he's busy playing video games right now. So,
Yeah,
but basically, because
exactly.
basically we have this thing where we cover for each other. So,
Yeah.
when I'm really busy,
Actually, I'm having a lot of work.
okay, well, that work is a form of game too. You do the exact same things you do in a video game, but in real life, I'd say. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, because like from I think it was May or something till like the end of the summer, I basically started getting a lot of work as well, and there were a lot of complications at home, and I guess I shouldn't go into too much detail, but my mother got a bit sick and such, so there was a lot of focus on what was happening at home for me, which I wasn't totally prepared for. But yeah, so during all that time, Senkai really covered up and uploaded things for the channel, and I'm so happy he was as active as he was, because putting up this channel was like one of mine and Senkai's dreams. Basically, we wanted to start sharing our opinion about video games together at that, and so just Senkai, keeping the channel alive and updated. I was so thankful that he actually was able to put through with it.
No, that's good to hear, because yeah, it's very sad about the private stuff and at home, but at some point I was realizing, hey, where's Mario? He hasn't appeared for quite a while.
Yeah.
But it has a valid reason now, and
Right, I didn't want to like disclose it or anything, but I feel like now that things have calmed down, I can get back to doing some videos, and
Yeah, we have some great stuff coming up, so I'm really excited for that, and I hope you are too.
right.
yeah, I haven't mentioned this, but I've already created quite the glowing shout out video for you guys to get you guys some subscribers.
That's amazing.
Awesome.
Are you serious? That's
No, I'm not serious.
you're not serious?
Sorry.
I was just joking about that.
No, I actually have it on my computer here. It is about 8 minutes long, and it's just talking about how great the channel is and the type of videos you guys
Awesome,
have.
thank you.
That's really
And
something, yeah.
I cannot upload it yet. I have to wait at least, I would say, 2 maybe 3 days, because yeah, I can also do some Hideo Kojima trolling.
All right, we're looking forward to
If I upload
this.
this video too quickly, then it will ruin certain things. So,
Oh,
Alright,
but
cool.
yeah,
I see you
it
thinking
is,
2 steps ahead.
It's going up, and I'm pretty sure that by the time this podcast is up for you guys to listen to, that video is already on the channel. So.
Alright, that's
Awesome.
amazing. We are actually planning on doing a form of reconstruction on our channel, the way we upload things. I'm not sure if it's official yet, but Senkai and I were discussing about doing a video every second week each. So when I'm not doing a video one time, like the first week, Senkai's doing it, and then the next week it's my turn, and then the week after it's Senkai again. So basically both of us get this 2 weeks of intervals to work on the next video, and I want to get a steady flow of videos coming up, and usually I feel like the reason why I didn't do too many pickup videos was because I felt like if I show you guys the games I have and I discuss the games I have as I'm showing them, then there's no point making videos about them afterwards, and I feel like a lot of games deserve to have their own little video for themselves. And Senkai's argument towards that was that I should just keep those games, secret until I actually make a video about them, which is, totally fine. But I'm not sure if I should keep doing pickup videos as Senkai does. I feel like that's a format that he's very comfortable with, and he likes doing it. And he likes using the channel as more of a vlog in that regard. Me, on the other hand, if you look at the latest Dragon Quest video, that's more in the veins of what I would like to do, where I discuss video games and concepts about video games that, or just like my past with video games that can stand out as unique, because my biggest reason for having videos on YouTube is to tell people my opinion. I don't want to get into like history about the video games. I don't want to tell people about how they were made and when they were made and what kind of graphics they have. It's just I'd rather want to make it more personal and unique, you know. So if you come to our channel, you'll get.
I'm a big fan of that too, and I think that's great because since we enjoy those videos ourselves,
Yeah.
I think we have some good ideas for our own.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you really.
Yeah, no, it's a good mix. I do that, of course, myself, and I recently I stopped losing interest in the pickups. I ramble on for like 60, 90 minutes, so I do it very focused videos, even if it's just an unboxing or something of an item for my collection, and I just focus on that in one video. It helps, you know, people when they're searching for videos, you know, they find that particular item, you get more views, more interaction that way, and I
The
also
Persona 2 one was awesome.
Yeah, I loved all of your latest Shin Megami Tensei pickups. I watched all of them,
Yeah.
and they were really amazing boxes that I never really knew existed at all. So it was a nice treat to see all of these boxes.
Yeah, precisely. Yeah, that was a lot of fun to do. But you know, I could have also done it in like a one pickups video for like an hour called "Pickups of Summer," and you know, nobody will ever find that video on YouTube.
Yeah.
And now, you know, somebody can actually type in, you know, Persona Limited Edition, and they'll find those videos more easily.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, that I hope that works for my channel with and maybe other people's channels to get some broader search range.
Yeah, but we definitely agree because as we set out to make our channel, in the beginning we wanted to make, you know, these personal segments, but then we figured we'd make pickup videos as a form of extra, you know. So maybe we have that 2-week setup as we discussed before, where you know we make a video each. But then also in between all of those, we'd have podcasts, and sometimes we'd have pickups, you know, and those would be an extra thing. It wouldn't be like the main, you know, the main course of our channel. They would just be appetizers, you know.
Yeah, yeah, no, I understand. Yeah, I've been doing this stuff for what, for 5.5 years now. It's pretty crazy. I've done pretty much everything, you know, from game retrospectives to series reviews and just random reviews and pickups and all that good stuff. And I keep changing up the formula, which is probably never a good thing, but in the end, you know, people enjoy just me talking about, you know, the Japanese RPGs and visual novels. So
it's good to have a wide selection of content as well. I think it's nice to be focused on one thing too, but I feel like a lot of people can get more enjoyment overall from your channel if you also have different sort of segments, you know.
Yeah. The one thing that I do realize is that I don't need to talk about everything anymore, you know, like a lot of Western games that I do.
Yeah.
You know, it's not, I don't need to do videos on everything that I played, for instance. But
No, of
you
course.
know, the things that I really enjoyed, that is something that needs to go up. But if I look at the first couple of years that I did it, I just started talking about everything, every game that I played. You know, whether it was FIFA 11 or something, I did a video on it because I also had more time to do so.
Yeah.
But you know, in the end, I shouldn't have done so. Looking back on it, but hey. But,
I'm sure someone would have liked that videos.
Yeah.
It actually that demo video actually did really well. it got like at 10K plus views because you know it was popular.
Yeah, of course.
But yeah, I want to be known as the Japanese RPG guy or Japanese gaming guy. So this is why I don't want to alienate people. But it's great stuff. You guys have about 30 videos now, and it's all great stuff, you know. Especially the Valkyria Chronicles, Skies of Arcadia videos are great.
Thanks a lot.
Keep up the series reviews because they're informative, and I just don't have the time anymore to spend doing this. And luckily we have RPGibberish again, so we can kind of rival it again. But, yeah, I have to be honest. If there's one thing that I really hate, it's editing videos. I absolutely hate it.
Yeah, it's too time consuming in a way.
Yeah.
And like if you just put up a podcast, it's just one image that people could stare blankly at while listening to us. It's much easier.
Yeah, that's true.
But at the same
you
time,
guys are editing a lot very well. So and that takes a lot of time. So that is really good with the music in the background and everything.
Yeah. that was one of the first. You know, the reason why we have music in the first place was the first recording we made. The computer was really loud, and so we had to like tone it down a bit somehow. And we couldn't do it because if we like drag down the volumes like of the background, we'd pull down the volume of our voices. And so Senka just figured, come on, we've got to put some music in there instead. And not that it wasn't a given, because eventually we would figure out we'd put music in there. But I think that was like the first thing that made us put music in our videos.
Okay, yeah. I use this MP3 program. It's called Audacity, and if you actually have a bit of silence, you can then just select that and then just make sure that they clean that out of the entire file.
Right. Audacity is really great. I have Audacity too, so it works really well when it comes to editing audio. But I've never done it to a video clip or anything like that.
No, I've not done that so either. But it's tough to edit, and sometimes I see these channels with such high production value, and I have to think, oh my god, just scripting it out. I sometimes do it, but then the editing and finding all the clips and matching it with your gameplay. I remember doing that one time, just the entire process for the Street Fighter Cross Mega Man game. I was really happy with the result. Everything matched. 300 views.
Yeah, it's such a shame.
I was
when
really
that happens,
disappointed by that. I really spent a long time to make it that's still the best edited, produced video I've ever did. But in terms of views, it was out in the same week that the game came out, but it just never picked up for some reason.
Yeah, it's such a strange thing. You really expect people to watch it. If you release something at the same day as a game releases, you expect people to go and search for it on YouTube, but somehow they never reach your channel. That's a really odd thing.
And then all of a sudden, just the 3DS was announced.
Yeah.
I do this early in the morning, just woken up, 6-minute commentary on it.
Yeah.
It explodes to 200k plus views.
Yeah.
It's insane video I have, but
you can never really be sure about videos and how people will receive them. The most important thing when you make a video, at least for me, is that you get your true and honest opinion out about whatever you've been playing or whatever you've been experiencing. So as long as you feel like you've carried out a message, in the end of the day, even though it doesn't get as many views as you had hoped, views doesn't really matter to me that much.
Yeah,
it's just you can be happy with yourself. So
that is true.
Yeah.
You got to do it, because I set out to do the channel to, inform people and to share my love for video games and my memories.
Yeah.
And I succeed in that. And the thing is, though, the views and the subscribers, they can give you the motivation to go ahead, because it's not really the motivation, but if it works the other way around, if you don't get the views and the subscribers, you have a feeling why am I doing this? You got to get a little bit incentive, and this is why I hope the shout out videos will help you guys a little bit better.
Yeah, thanks a lot, man.
Yeah, no problem.
And I think a lot of us who are on YouTube now, and we're a community. I think it's important for us to support each other, support our content, and
yeah, definitely. If you I look at reviving RPG Gibberish. Just me doing a quick video on my channel.
Mm-hmm.
It resulted in 30-40 subscribers extra for RPG Gibberish. So
yeah,
wow,
and
that is nice.
I really love what I heard of the RPG Gibberish. I was listening to it for about 2 hours, which is one or 2/3 through the whole first episode, and just listening to you and RPG Swagman going at it. It was really nice, I must say, and that's why I didn't want to discuss Tokyo Game Show too much in this video, because I figure that's something that you're already way past done with,
Yeah,
but
so many other people are doing that, so we might as well do our own thing.
Yeah, like I said, it's just an icebreaker, so it doesn't matter. We don't even have to finish on it, even though we just set out to do that a few minutes ago. But yeah.
We got distracted again. I don't even know how this happened.
This is why it's called game rambles, game ramblings. Oh my god, I messed up my own name.
Vividly remember mentioning something Egg Fighter, and then we got off track.
That's the power of Egg Fighter, dude. Don't you underestimate it. But yeah, but the same thing. I just set up a Let's Play channel, and that's something I do for fun. It's something a friend of mine really wanted to get into. Of course, he was heavily influenced by stuff like Game Grumps and what have you. So, and I see it as a good opportunity for me to play games. So I don't really do it to put up videos. It's more to just enjoy a game with a friend and comment on each and everything like I see in the game. Because what I set out to do when I play these games also, especially on my Let's Play channel, is to start analyzing smaller details about the game. So
That's good.
like when I play, like if you watched like 2 episodes of the show, you'll probably notice how I comment on like the physics, or I comment on how like animations look at certain points, or how it feels to carry an enemy, or how that affects the overall quality of the stage and what have you, So I don't go in there to just make crack jokes and such. I actually want to do my Let's Play channel to also in a way inform people and tell people about how the game feels as you're playing it. So it's not.
That's really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I understand that. It's yeah, I watched the first episode. It's the tough part for me with Let's Play channels is it takes a long time to watch a Let's Play of a game.
Yeah.
But I enjoyed it. It's interesting.
Yeah. It's not supposed to be like anything serious or anything at all. Like I know when I watch Let's Plays, I usually use them as background noise. So it's not really. I don't watch them with my full attention. Sometimes I just like listen to them and I get an impression of what's going on in the video as well. So like whenever you're drawing, or when I'm drawing, I just use it as background noise basically. If I don't want to listen to music, or I just listen to other videos.
I do the same stuff. Yeah.
So that's how I watch them, and I expect people to do the exact same with a lot of the videos I put up. Like sometimes it's not even important to have all that visual. Like that visual approach or visual language.
Yeah, I'm feeling the same sometimes.
It's more like to entertain people in all sorts of way, even though it's like in a way that doesn't involve them looking directly at me.
I've had so many people comment that they watch my videos, but honestly they listen to it while grinding in JRPGs.
Yeah, but that's not a bad thing though, because like you still get your opinion across.
Yeah,
and
true.
I was listening to your Nocturne pickup today as I was working out in the gym. So that's another thing, and it was really relaxing for me to do it that way, and I thought it was cool because I was listening to you, and then sometimes I was looking down, on the cell phone or my smartphone, and I saw like all the cool collectible parts, and I was like, oh nice. So you get this kind of cool cylinder shaped save point thing in it. What was that even? Because I wasn't. I guess I didn't listen to it.
It is the item, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is an incense burner. So you actually put like incense inside of it.
Oh wow.
Which is like the most obscure item in a video game limited edition I've had so far.
Whoa, that's strange. Yeah.
It's incense. I am familiar with it. It smells pretty crazy. And they give you a couple of flavors with it, and of course it is shaped in the form of the
save point, right?
The save points out of Nocturne. Yeah. I think the only crazier things that I received in the limited edition is either a Catherine Vincent's boxer short or the. Which I haven't picked up myself, but if you buy the limited edition of Sorcery Saga, you get like this baby food thing. Like the I don't know what's called in English, to protect them from getting their clothes dirty.
Oh yeah, I know what you mean. The one you put around your neck.
Yeah. Precisely.
I remember that now too. It's for when you eat curry, man.
Yeah, precisely. Yeah. But some crazy items they throw in these limited.
Well, those are really fun though.
And definitely to look at, and it's quite fun because I have quite a few old school Japanese limited editions like Square Millennium Collection and now Atlas as well. there are some really cool items in there and just nice box sets to display. So there
You
are a
remember
few
what
I still.
Kojima said, by the way?
What was that?
About the Silent Hills limited edition, where he wanted to put in a extra pair of pants.
Yeah, maybe it could be part of that Metal Gear collection he's talking about.
No, he shouldn't only put in an extra pair of pants. He should put in like sleeping pills, anti-anxiety pills. Because
Make it a
holy shit.
big ass box with a bunch of medication inside of it.
PT, man, that is one of the scariest experiences I've ever had in a video game. I was seriously freaked out because it was so random, no idea what to expect. I was scared as fuck.
Thinking I wanted to make a video about PT.
Yeah, we loved that game.
Yeah, and I want to mention here that I've never been really scared by video games, except for maybe once, and I'll tell you about that in a second. But I feel like horror games intrigue me more than they actually scare me, so I get a bit interested in all these like weird things they're doing, because you don't see those in other games aside from horror games. So when you play a horror game, you know for sure that you're in for a unique experience. Like, do you ever see any elements recycled for like from horror game to horror game? Because I can't think of any. Except for jump scares, maybe.
That's great.
I don't play them often, but what I noticed in recent ones is that it's not a horror game, it's just more a gory type of game, like Resident Evil 5 and 6. They were not scary.
No.
But, then Corpse Party really freaked me out.
Yeah.
And now, but this PT, man, oh my god. I just when this guy was whispering, turn around. Turn around.
Yeah, we didn't get that.
And I was standing there. I was like, oh my god, I don't want to do it.
Yeah.
And I was like, no, fuck it, I gotta do it. I want to see what it triggers.
Yeah.
And then 2 seconds later, you had that fucking bitch jump scare me.
It wasn't. I think it's that because I've seen like an animated GIF of it. Is it the one where like a woman is standing and she like starts shaking her head really violently?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, because we never saw that. We never saw that in our playthrough. I guess we just skipped through
I'm really getting freaked out here. This game really gonna haunt my dreams again, man.
it plays with your mind so well, that game.
Yeah, you have no idea what to expect, and I didn't finish it because I got stuck in the very rushed adrenaline part where you kept running around.
That was so cool.
That was when it started to get interesting, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And then I looked up a video where you need to look in the bathroom hole and then it triggers some new event, but I saw some of the jump scares and all of a sudden the witch characters at the balcony level at the top.
Yeah. We never saw that either.
That we did.
We did?
Yeah, I did.
But how? Did you play it after me as well?
No. I saw it.
Well, I didn't notice it. Oh well, weird, because we were playing it together, but oh well. That's cool, because I hear people have a lot of different experiences with this game, and especially the ending, which is impossible to get through. But we did. We managed to beat it somehow. We put up
I saw like an analysis video, and you had to speak this name inside of the microphone.
But that's one way to do it.
But yeah, the thing. It would just creep me out. I've also played Outlast on the PS4.
Uh-huh.
It felt too artificial. At some point, I just knew how the game was working in its design and in its normal.
That can ruin a horror game completely.
And then I was like, I'm just gonna run around. I don't care, because whenever something jumps out, then it needs to actually grab me. So if I just start running all the time,
that's wow.
That's a
I
shame.
did the same thing in a lot of the Resident Evil games, because I knew as long as I was running, it was fine. It was when I started to like go around and look careful at things that I started to die, because if you run, you're pretty safe, actually.
Yeah. But then with PT, you had absolutely no idea what to expect, And when I got that jump scare with the turnaround part, and then
yeah, because that's like.
What do you think of? Finish.
Well, God, I was gonna mention two things. What was it? Oh yeah. First off, I actually want to mention the way we triggered the ending. Me and Senkai was, we put up a video. We searched up a video on YouTube of a goat screaming, and then we put the microphone against the speakers, and that triggered the ending for us. Because that was supposed to work according to some guy on GameFAQs. So
was it the sheep being taken in the air by the Fulton recovery system in the Phantom Pain?
No, what? No.
No, it was like a goat screaming. Like it didn't sound like a goat at all.
It felt like, or sounded like a human, I think.
Yeah, and it was screaming for like 20 seconds or something.
Yeah.
Okay, so
That's probably like the first thing you'd find if you search it on YouTube. But that's how we beat the game. And
okay.
I just want to get this other thing out of the way where I mentioned.
But the game is not. You don't finish it directly by doing that.
No, there's other
you hit a
things.
certain point, a few hours into the game, where, or at least for us, it was a few hours into. But at that point, you have to do 3 obscure things in total, and there are like 10 things you can do, but you have to do 3 of those. And once you've done 3 of them, you finish the game.
Yeah.
And one of those 10 things you could do was scream into the mic, but it was easier if the goat was doing it.
It was easier to get a goat to scream for us.
Okay.
Yeah. No, but the last thing I want to mention until we move on, or whatever we're gonna do next, I'm never sure with this show. But the other like only part or only time I was scared with a game was in Resident Evil 4, when those new enemies showed up at the second part of the game, where you were stuck on that island, and there were some really odd-looking enemies that came out of nowhere. Basically, I guess they were experiments or something like that, but they were walking really freakily, and at that point, to that point, you never saw anything like it in the game. So when those showed up in the game, I actually got legitimately scared for the first time in my life from a video game. Other times I don't really get scared from games. I just think it's fun when they have horror themes. But yeah.
Yeah, the thing is, sometimes it's not even a horror game that I'm playing, but then it's just a game, and then because you're turning the camera and all of a sudden an enemy is there, I jump scare myself. And it's just, any like action game or something like that.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
And yeah, sometimes it scares the bejesus out of you. Where's like this enemy? Where is he? And then all of a sudden you just turn around. Oh shit, no.
But it's funny because humans always want to be scared. That's why we play these games, because we want to be scared. Like if some you mentioned before, where it told you to turn around and you knew you'd be scared, you did it anyway, because you sort of want to be scared. That's a funny thing with humans, because
that's fun, right?
Yeah.
Why would we do
that
it to ourselves?
And it's a video game, so there's no repercussions if I actually turn around and see what happens.
Exactly. It's just gonna be a fun thing.
Especially in PT where you have no life meter or anything.
Yeah.
I wish I didn't turn around though, because it really fucked me up psychologically. I'm really scared right now. I'm all alone here in my house, man. The windows, the blinds aren't closed, so yeah.
Hey Mike, maybe something will come out of your console now. Like maybe the ghost will just start crawling out.
Fucking Samara is coming out of the TV screen tonight, man.
Oh god.
It was really fun. I was discussing PT with my boss at work. He played recently and he thought it was super scary, and I said like, I didn't think it was too scary. And he said, do you live in a big house in the middle of a forest? And I'm like, no, I don't. And he's like, yeah. I do.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with that. Back when I lived in another city, we lived in a house, and the sensation you have from living in a house comparatively to like an apartment in the middle of the city, it's totally different, man. It's like you don't even know, because like the street lights are like totally dark, and like it's much colder in a house than it is in an apartment and everything. So it's just like a totally different experience when you wake up at night. Like maybe you've had a bad dream or something and you start walking the hallways. It's completely different.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah, definitely. It's I don't run into real life scary ghost type stuff, but yeah. these games or movies sometimes it can creep you out.
Did you guys enjoy Five Nights at Freddy's?
I've not seen that.
Ah, you should. You're in for a treat if you just watch it. It's an indie game, like an indie horror game, where
Oh.
basically, you know those kind of animatronics you see in pizza places in America? You know, the guys who play the bands and stuff?
Yeah.
Basically, it's a story about what would happen if these kind of animatronics were possessed by demons, and at night, while you're having a night shift, they come out, and you're basically sitting in a room, and you have limited amount of power, and you need to like keep them out of your room.
It's pretty.
Yeah, you have to check it out. It's full of jump scares, and it's really fun. Just check it out. Five Nights at Freddy's. I didn't play it personally. I just saw a lot of playthroughs of it. Like the moment it came out, I mean 4chan exploded because I was browsing 4chan's video game boards, and like they just love the game. And you know, I'm not sure, but say what you will about 4chan, but I know they have great taste in video games and such. I think 4chan has become a very different place since back in the mid 2000s or whatever. But yeah, but they have great taste in video games, and I usually browse their boards to get some really cool, opinions and just like info about video games that I didn't know about.
Makes sense.
Yeah. But yeah, regardless.
By the way, can I just ask
Yeah.
Mike a few questions?
Go ahead.
Sure.
First, I wanted to know: do you play like Resident Evil games, and Silent Hills, and all of those?
No, I actually don't play a lot of survival horror games. Sadly, because of the controls, and I was very young at the time, I never could get into the Resident Evil original trilogy.
I see.
I still really want to play them, so I'm pretty excited for the Resident Evil HD remake.
But you played 4, right?
Yeah, I played 4 and 5.
Okay. So what I wanted to ask you first of all, but I decided to ask this one first, just because I wanted to know if you played Resident Evil 4. But what are your thoughts on Psycho Break, or The Evil Within, I guess it's called? Is this something you're gonna pick it up?
I heard of the title, but it's a Shinji Mikami game.
Yeah,
right?
it is.
Yeah.
I actually saw a trailer this weekend. A friend of mine, she recommended this game.
Yeah.
It's going to be a crazy horror game. I'm not too sure yet.
It has music from the guy who made the soundtrack for Danganronpa.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's nice.
If that helps out any.
Yeah, the thing with a lot of these titles is, and this is my pretty warped view on it, because I don't invest in those types of genres, that it's like, oh, The Evil Within, or there's another generic title. Like, I've also done this a lot with Suda51, like, oh, here's Shadow of the Damned, Killer is dead, but just another generic action-adventure title for the fans, but not for me. So, The Evil Within, I'm not that interested in. I am very interested in the Alien Isolation, though. But it really depends on reviews, and especially
It really
within the
depends on my
community.
review then, I see.
No, seriously. If within the community, especially, I know that the guys at AGP, they're probably picking it up as well. They've been talking about this, so if it all gets glowing reviews and say high recommendations, like you got to check this out, it's a really good game, then then I'm more inclined to actually check it out.
I see.
But you're interested in Aliens because it's Aliens, right? It's not because of its horror themes or anything like that.
No, it's two parts. It's because I'm a huge fan of the Alien movie, more so than Aliens, and the fact that it's a from the previews that I've seen at E3, a really scary game so far, and a really strategic survival horror game. And I'm quite, after Outlast, I'm kind of interested in that. And
I must tell you, I'm really happy that you like Alien better than Aliens, because I feel like I'm in a minority when I talk about it with friends. Everybody loves Aliens more than Alien.
yeah.
But yeah, because I love I don't know. It had such a different direction. Wasn't it different directors as well on different?
Yeah, it's Ridley Scott for Alien, who also did Blade Runner.
Yeah,
and then it's the James Cameron, the Terminator guy.
That's right. That's right.
That also did Aliens. And actually, the first time that I watched Aliens, I was really pissed off because I was like, "Hey, this is not a scary horror movie; it's just your generic action movie." But then watching it a couple of more times, I know it's a more generic action movie, and I still love Aliens, but Alien in general, I love that stuff, and
I just
Alien Isolation looks really cool.
when I watched the second movie the first time, I felt, I don't know if I felt betrayed or anything, but I felt like there was so many aspects of the movie that were so cliched and just annoying to watch at times because you knew how it would play out. Basically, I'm pretty sure it did a lot of things for the first time back when it was released and such.
Yeah,
but you know, then it came to the ending, and I can't remember the name of the child, but she gets okay, a bit of a spoiler, I guess, but she gets taken away by the aliens, right, and into the to the hive or whatever, and Ridley saves her, right, and the first time I was watching that, I just couldn't take it because I knew she was gonna get saved. In my opinion, I think the kid should have died. I mean, she does in the third movie, granted, but I feel like at that point she should have.
It's horrible.
Yeah, I know, it's really horrible of me to say it, but I just feel like it was too predictable how things would play out.
I understand your ending. It's more realistic.
Yeah.
I just mentioned Alien 3. I despise that.
Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah, but yeah, so. I don't know. It's a really unpopular opinion with me, and I always keep saying to my friends that, I could leave it. I don't have to discuss Aliens too much with you, but I'm not really a big fan. I like the good parts about it. I like the infamous lines, the game over, man, game over, or stuff.
Of course, yeah.
But that's about it. I like a lot of the way it's shot. It's a really cool movie to look at. But I just think that in the end, it just comes off as much weaker than the first one, and yeah.
Yeah, it's Alien all the way for me, and I'm waiting for the final reviews on Isolation in terms of length and difficulty, and bugs maybe or glitches.
Yeah.
But if everything is in order, then I'm very excited to wash away the Colonial Marines experience.
Yeah, is it the same team making the game?
No, definitely not. No, it's a completely different new developer, Creative Assembly, instead of Gearbox, which apparently cannot make any good games unless it's Borderlands.
Yeah, but isn't it like a special team in Gearbox, like within Gearbox, that make the Borderland games?
Yeah, they did Alien Colonials Marines in collaboration with Sega, and it got all mixed up. And
Yeah.
They actually got a lawsuit from Sega saying that Gearbox was actually pumping in money for Alien Colonials Marines into development for Borderlands.
Wow.
Wow. All right, that's not cool.
Yeah, when I read that, I was like, okay,
That makes so much sense, though.
Yeah, of course, because Borderlands is really, really well produced game, and then you get Colonial Marine Scrap Fest.
Yeah.
Wow.
I guess Sega must have felt really betrayed by that point. Not only did they get a bad game, but they also get the news about them spending money on their own game rather than the game they're developing with Sega.
Yeah, and I'm thinking I've not been developing games, but I've been developing a lot of software and doing projects like that, and I'm like, why don't you spot this earlier that this is going to suck? How far do you get in a project where you're actually like, yeah, we should get the marketing teams ready. We're ready to sell it. We know it's bad, but we can still sell it. No, just.
Yeah, but these are the eternal questions about video game development that we will never have answered, because don't they playtest stuff?
Apparently they don't.
Yeah, or they playtest it, but they just don't do anything with the feedback, and they just pump it out to get
the money.
To the release date.
Yeah.
Or the worst people playtest it.
Yeah, people that actually think it's good. I can't imagine that being the case. That feels so horrible. Like, don't they care about their product? Are we getting back to the subject of mass-producing games that aren't good just to make a sequel?
You know what's fun though? Destiny felt like the whole game. Destiny felt like it wasn't beta tested, and the whole game was beta tested by so many people.
It's strange because
Yeah.
it gets like, especially those kind of titles get this like almost unrecognizable amount of praise and attention that I don't know. It feels like they really should
Yeah.
take care of those kind of titles.
But I just realized something, that maybe the beta for Destiny was out to give the game more sales than giving them more feedback, because it felt like there was no difference between the beta and the full game. So
But why would they do that? Like, is it all about money in the end? Don't you want to
Yeah,
develop a good
I'm
game?
sure
I'm
they
really
put up-
pissed off.
yeah, because the beta was the full game.
Yeah,
Pretty
I'm
much.
really pissed off for two reasons. The first thing with the Destiny beta is you could only access the beta when you pre-ordered the game.
Hmm.
So people
Bullshit.
pre-ordered the game, and then all of a sudden, a few days before the end, it was free for everybody.
Freaking
While
shame.
everybody already pre-ordered the game, put their money down, and that is one reason I was pretty pissed at the beta.
You're not
The second thing
yeah.
was that it was about 5-6 weeks before release. We have to think about printing these games, getting the master on the disc, printing it, shipping it worldwide. That takes 3-4 weeks alone. They couldn't do anything, no patches at all for the beta, which it didn't make it a beta. They should have just called it demo, or here's the full
Yeah.
game. Here's the full game but capped.
Hmm.
And this is why I'm with all that crap around Destiny, and this is why I'm still pissed off about the whole game releases.
Yeah.
I felt betrayed.
Yeah, because they're not selling a game. They're pulling a scam, basically.
It's so
It-
weird
it
also.
felt like a scam.
Because the game for me feels like a alright free fun game. Is that what it was for me? But then the people are saying like this game is gonna last for 10 years and it was very very expensive to make. It feels very cheap.
Very, very cheap, that game.
Yeah.
Like there's nothing that feels expensive about it. to be
Yeah, I
honest.
actually booted up the game yesterday, and my nephew, he's a little bit younger. He's 16, and he's sensitive to a lot of these hype.
Hmm.
And he's been loving the game. He's just been playing it endlessly without being very critical, looking critically at it and comparing it to other games.
Hmm.
Good.
But then I found out that the awesome thing to do is that you go to the Russia base, and all you do is you stand around this cave, wait for the infinite spawn of enemies, because if you just stand there shooting for hours, you get faster loot than doing the actual missions.
Oh.
And this has been going on in every game. People hog around this cave, keep shooting there, hardly do the missions just to get better loot, to continue playing shooting in front of this cave, not do the missions.
I saw a lot of
makes no
people do
sense.
that, so okay. I see.
That's almost psychotic. Come on, man. It's like, don't you have anything better to do? I mean, I know we grind a lot in our JRPGs, but we do it to progress the story at least.
Yeah, it's everybody is entitled to do what they want. I rolled my eyes sometimes when I found out about those shiny Pokemon hunters.
Oh yeah.
Where it was like 5,000 encounters to get one. Like, dude, learn a language. But I was like, hey, I shouldn't criticize people too much. But I was like, yeah.
I actually tried to
There's
get
the
a
death.
lot of shiny Pokemons when I was younger, but it was more like
Yeah, and I never hunted for them, but I have like 15,
Yeah.
20 or something, but
I got a lot of them just like that. I didn't really spend a lot of time on. Actually, yeah, I did spend a lot of time on one because at one time I wanted to get a shiny Charmander because I thought the black Charizard looked cool, and so I picked up Leaf Green and Fire Red when it was released because I had already played it in Japanese and everything. So I figured, I'll just pick it up and I'll try to get a shiny starter, and that ended up costing me like I was traveling by tram to school every morning, and it took about half an hour to get to school and then half an hour back. But I decided to spend that hour of my day trying to get a shiny Charmander, and I did that for like 3 months straight or something. 3 months.
Wow.
And it was like, because by the time, like, after a while, it just became a routine thing. So I was like, okay, I'm getting on the tram now. I'll pick up my Game Boy Advance and I'll start playing it. And I never got the shiny.
Pretty much 60 hours.
Yeah, it's insane. Like, it's not even worth it. Like, it's not worth it by this point. The thing about shinies, I think, is that it's supposed to be a fun thing that happens, you know, by occurrence. It's a chance. So, you know, if you find it, it's a good luck thing. It's not something you should head out for, you know, personally, and try to make it your objective in the game. But it's like, if it shows up one, you should be happy for it, you know, and you catch it.
But this is how people play their games, you know. People do speed runs and all that crazy high score stuff, and you can do what you want, but there are certain things where I'm like, yeah, this is not how I want to play my games. And when I saw that in Destiny, where it's just all hogging this infinite spawn, which isn't, in my opinion, should be fixed with a patch,
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, this is your epic 500 million budget game, just hogging around the cave, shooting.
Wow, when you say it that way,
guns
that's
with
really
rocket bullets.
depressing. That's so depressing, man.
Yeah, it's and the sad part about this all is, it's fucking Bungie who made the awesome Halo trilogy.
Yeah.
And especially the story. And if I mention 50% of story
Wow, the
enjoyment, is
story in Destiny. Oh my god.
Was it really
Which
bad?
story?
How much does it
It
comprise
was-
of the game? 10%? 5%?
No, zero.
Oh.
like nothing. The only thing you get is like a quick cutscene with your ship and like a couple of lines of dialogue for like the first 60% of the missions, and then in the final part of the game you actually get a few minor cutscenes where you're like, this could be something. Oh, the game is over. Oh,
Wow, alright. That's horrible.
it was a really, really bad story, and I was missing a main character with a motive to go on this journey, but the main character Guardian was just blank slate. It's like,
Did you know about those Grimoire cards?
yeah, you can collect these and they explain a lot of stuff, but it's not actually in the Destiny game. You gotta
I know,
go
it's so
to the
fucking weird.
website. Or you have the app on your phone. There you can actually read the Grimoire cards that you unlock in the game, which you cannot actually read in the game.
Yeah, Mario, that's so weird. Whenever you do things in the game, you unlock cards
Yeah.
with story.
Yeah.
But to actually read the story, you have to go to their website.
What? No way,
Yeah.
what?
No, I'm serious, yeah. And it was funny that there was a particular YouTuber by the name of, you must have heard of this guy. It's called Rob Man.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
That guy, I've heard about him.
That
I'm
guy.
so
He's-
confused over his reactions to Destiny.
Did he make a video about it? I haven't seen it yet.
No, I follow him on Twitter, and he posted a Twitter message saying, you know, yeah, the Destiny is great because, you know, and the story, it's all in the Grimoire cards. And I was like, hold it. That is the thing that you cannot actually access when you have the game, right? And I was like, hey, what type of, you know, am I missing something here? Are they doing mind control or something?
That's almost on the same level as Final Fantasy 13. Sorry, Senkai, but like they also put a lot of story behind like the scenes of the game.
In the lore, yeah.
Yeah. But at least that's in the game, so it's a bit more justifiable. This sounds insane.
But that's extra stuff, right?
Yeah, I guess that's
the
not.
main story.
You don't need to know about
That's the
it.
difference here, because in Destiny, it's not that you can go to their website to read even more stuff. You have to do it to
So
read
just the
stuff
story
in the
is
first
there.
place.
Oh god,
Yeah.
that's insane.
Yeah.
But you know, on the upside note, guys, this is more retro than any other game we played for a while, because those games didn't have too much story, right? You had to look in the manual. So let's just say it's a retro throwback, and call it
Yeah,
that,
that's
and
true.
it's gonna just justify everything about it.
Yeah,
You go
it-
play Destiny, Mario.
No, I don't wanna. It's okay. You know, I'll probably try it out, but I feel like if I'm gonna play any Bungie games, it's gonna like be all of the Halo games, because I hear so many good things about it. I just want to sit down and play them someday. I never owned a 360. I did for like a very short moment, but then I sold it off like briefly afterwards. But yeah, I really need to play all the Halo games, and I need to sit down. That's why I was hoping for Well, if I get an Xbox One now, I can get a collection with all the Halo games, which is totally perfect. But the same reason I was waiting with Mass Effect for a while, I'm sort of expecting like a collection for the next gen systems by now. Even though they're already out, I feel like I can wait a little more. It's not like I'm in a rush. So I'm probably gonna pick up collections like that and play through all of the series I missed.
You have missed out on Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3?
No, just the 2 and 1 and 3. So I played the middle chapter. That's something, right?
Strange.
It was on the PS3. It was like at the time
Yeah.
when the first one wasn't out. So
Yeah. Mass Effect. Mass Effect and Bioshock. Those are the two IPs that I really loved last generation.
yeah,
Despite my love for Japanese games.
Mass Effect is so strong also because the second game just keeps getting better and better every time you play it. Like, I can't imagine your playthrough of 2, Mario,
yeah,
was even close, like what you can get out of that game.
yeah. I'm sure.
It's possible to beat that game with like 30% content done.
Yeah,
So I mean, if you finish the first game, those 30% that you played will be even better, and then you will experience the rest 70%.
that's really cool because I really tried to do all the things in Mass Effect 2. Like I remember because I did all the side missions and I tried really hard to time everything well because a lot of, if I remember right, a lot of things were like timed events,
Yes, some of them.
especially towards
Yeah,
the
sure,
ending.
There's
Characters.
even more stuff in there, and when you know more about it, it will be so cool for you.
Yeah, because I played a lot of DLC as well. The Liara DLC was really great. What was it called? The Shadow Broker?
Oh, you played those?
Yeah,
too?
that was really amazing.
Okay,
that
okay, I
that
see.
DLC was probably the best part of the whole game, to be honest. But the thing about,
Lightning, man.
what was that?
No, fucking Lightning.
Oh yeah, her voice.
This actress is the same.
But I like her voice, so it's all right. But I was thinking, she's. Yeah, I didn't really know anything about Liara at that point because I didn't play the first one. So, keeping that fact in mind, and I still like that the
That's
best.
what I mean. If you play the first game, that DLC is like the bomb.
Yeah,
seriously.
Yeah.
I really want to play the first game, so I'm gonna get the collection. If it doesn't come out on the PS4 or Xbox One, I'm just gonna get it on the PS3 because I hear it has like an upgraded version of the first game, like slightly better quality on the visual side. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it at least. And the same thing goes with Halo because I really want to play those games. I really want to know what the fuzz is all about. I don't think it's good just because it's an Xbox exclusive. I think it's good because it's a really well-crafted game.
Yeah, gameplay and it's an interesting story. I don't know how well they aged because I played them when they came out, and at that time they were very, very revolutionary in terms of first-person shooters on consoles and how they built up, the trilogy.
Yeah.
Maybe not like an Aliens, It might feel a little bit cliched now, but you got to remember that
Yeah.
at the time Halo was defining a standard.
Of course. And I mean, I do keep those kind of things in mind. I always love going back to older games, and I don't know, for some reason I can forget about everything that came after. It was the same I mentioned in my Dragon Quest video, if you guys remember. I said that.
I was just gonna mention it too.
Yeah, I said that it like Dragon Quest reintroduced me to everything I already knew, but in a way that it felt like I was learning it from the first place, like in the beginning. So that was really cool.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I understand. That's a good attitude to have towards gaming. I try to do this as much as possible as well.
Yeah, it doesn't always work, but of course when it does work, it's fantastic.
Yeah, when you find out there's no auto battle
Yeah.
or slow load times. Poor Skyscraper game.
You guys want to play Sonic 06 with me?
But dude, seriously, about Skies of Arcadia, the loading time shouldn't be. Or did you play the PAL version? You did, right?
I played the PAL version on the GameCube.
It's not the loading times that's the problem. It's it's just like the animations and the battles are really slow.
Yeah, precisely. It was the the slow encounter rate screen, and then
Yeah.
the action felt really slow paced and just like slow attacking speed, and I was like, dudes, I have a busy life. Can we get this one encounter done with?
Yeah, I felt.
And I was like,
Yeah.
the Dreamcast version was way faster like this, and I'm like, okay, then I'll replay the Dreamcast version.
But then it has way more encounters too.
That's
But
true.
that's no problem though.
But I feel like
You need those encounters in the end anyway.
you know what?
You might as well do them when they come
Yeah,
up.
I feel like if you're in for the ride, just try to enjoy it and enjoy what it has.
No, definitely. But things like these slow battles, and especially if you've been playing now, how many? I would say around 200, 250 JRPGs over like 15 years.
Yeah.
It can take you out of the experience. You want to get to the story part and the enjoyable dungeons, but just getting hung up on each individual encounter.
I completely understand, because my first complaint with Skies of Arcadia was exactly this. Because Senka was sitting next to me. Senka had played Skies of Arcadia way before I had, and he wanted to introduce me to his favorite game out of all time. And since I figured I have to play my best friend's favorite JRPG, and so I did. And the first thing I said while he was sitting there, and I think he probably remembers it, I said the battles are really slow, because it's almost intolerably slow, basically. And I don't know. I went along with it, and what I got out of it was like the best JRPG experience I've ever had. I know. I said in the
Great.
Valkyria Chronicles video that Valkyria Chronicles is basically one of my favorite video game series out of all time, if not my favorite. But even Skies of Arcadia tops that by a long shot. It's crazy good. If you just get over the slow battles, that's the only nitpick I can find out through the whole game.
Yeah, no. I played the Dreamcast version, and the journey, it's great. It's such a great experience. With all the character recruitment, the overall story with the Sky Pirates. It's nowadays it's not. It's again a little bit cliche, but still the story was fantastic, and the characters were great and funny, and I really wanted to replay it after, I would say, 3 or 4 years since I played it, but it was a little bit too slow paced after playing a lot of newer RPGs.
Yeah.
But I thought the pacing, not the battles, except the battles, the structure of the game is very fast paced, where you have these brand new towns and dungeons all the time.
Yeah, no, that's true. It's it was just when I played just the airship part on the GameCube, I was like, no, this is too slow paced. And the thing with this is console gaming. I just don't have a lot of time to play on consoles.
No,
Yeah, I understand.
And I'm a lot more tolerable on handhelds. And this is why Skies of Arcadia needs to be ported to at least the PlayStation Vita in HD.
Yeah, that's another topic we discussed while I was playing the game for the first time. Basically, Senkai imagined a remake of the game with the 3D model from Sonic All-Star Racing. And if you've seen that model, it looks super great. That's exactly what you want Skies of Arcadia to look like.
It looks perfect. It looks exactly what you... when you were younger and you didn't think the graphics felt old or anything.
The model in Sonic All-Star Racing looked exactly like I imagined Vice back then.
Yeah, and even today, I'd say this is exactly what I wanted out of a proper remake of Skies of Arcadia. Just those kind of graphics. It encaptures the art style and Vice's character so well.
It's perfect.
Yeah, definitely. But I mean, you've already played Skies of Arcadia once, but I feel like if you want to replay it, you should stick with it, because if you get to re-experience the greatness of Skies of Arcadia, with a much more what do I call it, an older mind, now that you know so much about other games.
I wanted to play the Legends version just to check out the differences and.
Such project, much grandier.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, talking about Project Grandia, I still got to get down to actual Valkyria Chronicles 3 and then.
Oh, Valkyria Chronicles 3.
I loved Valkyria Chronicles when it came out in 2008. Such a maze.
You really if you play Valkyria Chronicles 3, I think have you started playing it? Have you booted it up yet?
No, I played Valkyria Chronicles for maybe an hour or so, but 3 I haven't started yet.
All right, because if you start playing 3, it's gonna like capture you immediately. It's just gonna like hold you so tightly throughout the whole game.
Valkyria Chronicles 3 was the fastest 80 hours I ever played in a game.
Yeah, because you
It
didn't.
was crazy.
Yeah, it was so much
When
fun.
I
You
saw
didn't
I
feel
played
it.
that I played for 80 hours, I couldn't believe it. Seriously.
Yeah, it felt like 25 hours
Yeah.
in a good way, you know.
I really gotta. As I mentioned before, I'll play Valkyria Chronicles 3 first, and then 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, good.
But yeah, I love Valkyria Chronicles. It is not in the top. I would think it's in the top 25 though.
Yeah.
But,
That's a good spot at least. And this one is portable, so I'm sure it's gonna land on your top 15.
yeah,
So.
just the whole battle system. It was really cool, and it's really sad. The thing which killed it for me with Valkyria Chronicles? It was world's most god awful anime adaptation ever.
Yeah, people have mixed experiences about that. Most of them hate
That
it.
really took me out of the whole Valkyria Chronicles, and then the second game came out, and again, high backlog.
But how come you didn't like the anime? That's strange, because I was watching the anime a bit. I didn't watch all of it, but I enjoyed it. I'm not sure what made it so bad.
Well, I've watched for maybe a couple episodes. I think they changed up a few characters.
Yeah, I
and
know.
the visual style was not as awesomely cel shaded as the game.
No.
It's kind of like Steins Gate.
Yeah, but does that really like? I don't know. I still think like it tells an alternate story. Like it's the same story, but it's like a retelling a bit because you have to mix it up for the anime format.
Yeah. No,
But-
it's true. It's and honestly, it's not the worst game to anime adaptation.
No.
That one goes to Blue Dragon.
Yeah, it's like completely different, right?
Yeah, the anime adaptation of Blue Dragon. I have no idea who made that anime. Did they ever play the game? They completely.
Is there an anime of Blue Dragon?
Yeah, it is.
Are you serious?
And it's awful.
It looks cool. Like if you just see a screenshot of it, it looks really cool.
It looks really nice, but they completely changed up the characters and story. It was like unrecognizable from what was otherwise a pretty cool game.
Wow.
And
Because I
especially
like Blue Dragon.
yes, Blue Dragon for me. I never played a Dragon Quest game at that time, so I never realized how much they actually borrowed from Dragon Quest. But I love that game. I got all the achievements in it, and then I did the same in Lost Odyssey. Because those are two great games.
Games that I have yet to play because I didn't own an Xbox. Yeah, I know. I'm gonna get to it, I swear. Like these are the games that Senkai almost pesters me about all the time. So like
There's 3 very easy games for you to buy an Xbox 360 for.
yeah.
It's Blue Dragon, it's Lost Odyssey, and I don't think I even need to answer it, but I think Senkai is pointing to his Tales of Vesperia copy.
Oh, I already played Vesperia. That I
Okay,
played.
that's
Uh,
and then no problem.
Infinite Undiscovery I got from Senkai as well. Senkai wanted to gift me his Wii, like just the other day. Like he has an extra spare of a Wii, like a console, and so he was like, because okay, I'm gonna confess another thing here. There's so many gaming confessions I have to make, but one of them is also that I played 50 hours of Xenoblade and I didn't enjoy Xenoblade at all. Like I didn't.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, I'm not alone anymore. I'm so happy I found you, Mike. We're about.
Oh my god.
Oh my. Are you okay? Well, then I don't have to be embarrassed about this anymore. This game sucks, man. Right?
I was pressured. I was pressured on RP Gibberish as well. I really tried to like the game and to try to be as honest in my episode, but I never played it for more than 10 to 15 hours, and I really couldn't get into the style and the control scheme.
Exactly. I played it for 50 hours, and I got to Sword Valley. It's like, I think that's exactly the point where you get to, from like the no, not the Mechonis, the Bionis to the Mechonis. You know, the 2 giant robots. Because I think that's the giant bridge, basically. But I was playing that, and I stopped playing at that point, and I just couldn't get into it. But Senkai's idea is that he's gonna gift me his Wii if I sit my ass down, and just play through the whole game. And
Project Grandia.
yeah, it's our inner circle version of Project Grandia.
Yeah. Yeah. You know the thing is,
Uh-huh.
new 3DS.
Yeah, exactly. Because that's another thing I brought up with him afterwards. Because like, shouldn't I just get the new 3DS? Because recently I gave away my 3DS to a friend of mine because basically I wasn't using my 3DS a whole lot, sadly, because I don't know, really, I had so many other games for so many other systems. And my friend was really desperate to get a 3DS, but he had no money, so I gave it to him as a birthday gift, and I figured, I'll just get a new 3DS later. Anyway, but yeah, that being said, I wanted to get the new 3DS with Xenoblade, and Senkai told me not to do it because, as he is, as he likes getting everything optimized, he figured the best way to play Xenoblade is probably on the Wii, like with the Pro Controller or something like that. Like I guess I don't know.
Yeah.
What do you think they'll scale down the production values on the 3DS?
Yeah, you're just if you didn't like the game as it is, you're probably playing on a bad screen with a bad cable as well. But if you're playing on a 3DS, it's gonna be even worse.
Yeah.
If you didn't like the game before, just gonna make things even more worse for
The
you.
game looked
on the 3DS.
the game looked awesome. The thing with me and Xenoblade is, it was the control scheme, which when I started it early this year with a Pro Controller worked a lot better in my opinion, and I really started to enjoy it.
How did you play it the first time?
I just the Wiimote and nunchuck,
Yeah, so did I.
and I hated it.
Oh, I see.
And then I actually unboxed the limited edition I have that came with the Pro Controller Pro or Plus, and I got the controls down a lot better, and I played it for about 10 hours, and then I sadly had to go to Japan and never got back to it.
Yeah.
But that's cool.
yeah.
Then you have a lot better expression this time, right?
Yeah, I liked it a lot better than I did when it actually came out in 2011.
Sweet.
But
I'm gonna.
it's that whole MMO style.
Yeah,
that is
exactly.
Still something that I'm not 100% sold on.
I wanted to mention that as well. Actually, there were two things. First off, I want to say that when I pre-ordered my copy of Xenoblade, I pre-ordered the limited edition with the controller at Game, which is this. I guess it's the English, like an English branch of Video Game Stores, but we have it here in Sweden too, and I guess most people have it in their countries. But I pre-ordered that limited edition box, but I only got the regular edition box because they never sold the limited edition box for some reason, but they had it on their pre-order list. So I got it without the controller, which I had planned to use to play the game, because I heard that it was sort of iffy with the regular Wii controller setup. But yeah, so that gave me an initial bad impression because I really wanted to play it like that. So maybe that lended over to like my discomfort of playing the game. But then also I feel like the whole MMO style, I didn't feel any depth to the battle system. What I felt basically when I was playing the game was that I was mashing the same buttons. Not that I wasn't being strategic, because I was, but I didn't get any enjoyment out of the battle system. It wasn't doing anything. It was basically felt like it was doing nothing. It was like empty.
Yeah, just cycling through your all the comments you have.
Yeah,
and
precisely, and then repeat.
Occasionally doing the save, the Monado thing.
Yeah, right.
You can change stuff, but if you don't think it's fun, it's not fun. But I don't know.
Yeah, and it was really
Myself-
tough. It didn't really explain it that well, and with the questing and stuff. But
But yet I'm looking forward to X a lot, Chronicles, Xenoblade Chronicles X as it's called now.
That's weird though, because that looks a lot more like a MMO.
Yeah, but it has mechas, and you can pilot mechas, and you can do cool things. I don't know.
That's really cool.
I know there's a different kind of thing going on in that game that wasn't happening in Xenoblade for me. I also don't like running huge distances in a world map. I know a lot of people love the detailed maps of Xenoblade, but I just feel like it's a chore to see my goal at the end of a 30-minute walk and never reaching it, because it's like, oh, I gotta wait like 20 minutes to get there. All right, here we go. And it's like it's just a normal walking distance in any other JRPG, whereas in this game it just takes forever. And I just feel like, well, I know it's defeating the purpose of Xenoblade, but I just want to get to the place, Xenoblade is all about exploration and questing and finding monsters and going about your own way, doing a lot of different things and not just going from point A to point B. But as I was playing it, I felt like I wanted to go from point A to point B, but the game wasn't really giving me that option as quickly, or as I wanted it.
No chocobos.
Yeah, exactly. No chocobos, but we do have
Or
black cars.
antelopes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, high five. All right.
I don't like that car in Final Fantasy.
You don't? I
It just looks out of place. I don't know. It looks out of place in a Final Fantasy.
It's such a different world, though. And we had a lot of cars in games like Final Fantasy 8 and 7.
I preferred the Chocobo in Final Fantasy Type 0. That's the best way
Yeah,
to move around.
bloody chocobos.
Great game, by the way, but I guess everyone else is gonna
How
wait
many
until...
hours did you play it?
2 hours, I think. I did, at least.
I played it for
maybe
about
10 or 15?
yeah
10 to
5 to 6 or something. So maybe 8 hours.
I didn't play too much because I think at the time they started hinting at the HD remake, and so I just gave up. I recognized like their efforts of making this happen, like the English patch for the PSP game, but I don't know, when you have an HD version of a game out or just coming out, I feel like I can wait a bit longer. It's not like I haven't already waited a lot. So
Yeah, this is how I felt about it as well. But the thing that really, as well as no dual analog sticks, I got to the part where they had these overhead strategic battles.
yeah,
Yeah?
And then you also had some time off to do quests,
Mhm.
and then it was like, hey, you can only accept one quest, and it's timed.
yeah.
So I was like, that's lame.
Yeah, that's...
But Square Enix always have that kind of backwards thinking in their, like, in some aspects of their games, they always do something weird like that. It's totally unnecessary. Like, it bugs you more than anything. Do you guys feel the same, like, about, like, more recent Square Enix games, like, that they make some really odd design decisions with those kind of small
Yeah.
things?
There's always something.
Yeah. And I feel like a lot of other developers don't do that mistake, It's just Square Enix, like, exclusively that make those kind of mistakes.
Yeah, it was weird because for me, Final Fantasy was never about quest logs or accepting quests. It was all very natural, just discovery of sub-quests and stuff.
Mm.
And now it felt like also on a time basis, I had to do just some generic go to town A fetch quest. And for a random reward, I was like, it's just not fun.
No.
But yeah, the HD news. I'm excited for the HD remake. I just hope that it will feel a little bit more streamlined.
That's, by the way, the best looking HD remake I've ever seen. It looks so much better than The Last of Us Remastered. And any other HD remake is fucking crazy.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like just a port with like better resolution
no,
or
no.
anything like that. Because they actually put in the effort of like recreating assets and like fixing textures. It reminds me a bit about the Kingdom Hearts series, the HD ports, but like they've taken it even further now. Like the lighting is different, the colors are different,
it looks like
and everything.
a brand new game.
Yeah.
Seriously.
The only thing that doesn't look as smooth as you would expect is like the animation. They did fix up like the cape animation a bit, I guess, on all the students because they wear capes and stuff. But
the
I
animation was pretty good.
yeah, but I still think it looks
to begin
stiff.
with.
It looks like a PSP title still, albeit a really high budget one, like it already was, But
Okay. I'm definitely excited for it, especially if you add in this 4 to 5 hour Final Fantasy 15 demo.
yeah, yeah, that alone is sort of worth the purchase, I guess, because this is a game we've been waiting for almost how many years now? 8.
Yeah, since
something like that.
2006.
Right. And so it's probably like worth putting down some money for that alone, just to get a good impression of what kind of game it is. And at least we get this one for free, and it's not like Ground Zeroes. So
Yeah, that's true.
And we get a full
Although
game.
you have to pay €60 for Type 0 HD,
But it's not like that game is old for us, you know?
yeah. No, it's looking like it's shaping up to be a very interesting marketing decision from Square.
Yeah.
A new HD game and add in the much anticipated demo of a new game. Should be good. And Type 0 I think is a game that lasts for about 30 to 40 hours. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, without a doubt.
Too bad they had to remove the multiplayer aspect, I guess, which was already implemented in the game. But they're rebalancing the game, I've heard, and I think they're adding a lot of stuff too. So it's not just gonna be the same game. And for that reason, I can imagine that it's worth paying a bit extra for, because they're actually adding the new content. But removing the multiplayer was a bit sad, because that was one of the focus they had on the game when they first developed it.
Yeah, no, it's in March, so that's very early. So
yeah, it's gonna.
I'm going to pick it up day one for sure.
Yeah, which out of well, back then when the what's the series called? Crystallis Nova
Fabula.
Yeah, Fabula Nova Crystallis. Yeah, that's right. Well, that was new, and we heard about Final Fantasy 13 versus 13 and Agito 13. Which one of those 13 titles were you actually most which one were you anticipating the most?
Agito, definitely. I just thought everything looked so cool about that game.
I agree. That was also my top pick, and
for me it was always the normal 13. But yeah, at the time, Agito, it was like, oh, it's a PSP game. I was like, yeah, might be nice. And then versus being more action RPG, I was already cringing in 2006.
Yeah, I guess you're more of a...
13 ended up being my favorite anyway, but back then I thought I just still looked great.
I was just happy it was on the PSP.
Yeah,
so, yeah.
Might have been the same here.
But I don't know, it looked great. I think I liked the way the characters looked and stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, no, that's true.
But yeah.
It's interesting what happened though. Out of those 3 Fabula Nova Crystallis games, we actually got 13-2, Lightning Returns, Agito Plus, Type 0 HD.
Yeah.
And now, Versus became 15, and I am pretty sure that we're gonna get a 15-2 as well.
Yeah, no doubt. Because they already teased it with the first trailer they put out for Final Fantasy 15, where they're like, oh, a new story in the Versus Epic.
Yeah,
and we were like, okay, well, here we go.
And honestly, I really don't like the fact that this is going to be like it's like going to be like a male-only party cockfest,
I love sausages, though, man.
Sausage fest,
Yeah.
sorry.
Cockfest. Well, maybe it could be like chicken sausage. In that regard, it could be a cockfest.
Yeah, okay, I understand, but I don't know. I want to have a balanced party, and the guys look very interesting, but it's not my preferred style of aesthetic.
Those guys are also like the typical, if you guys have seen the anime Free, it's like really feminine guys and stuff. Like they don't act like guys per se, Like not that I say guys don't act that, like that, or can't act like that. It's just that they act a bit different. It's like very Japanese drama kind of character.
But Final Fantasy guys has always been that. So.
Nah, I don't know, because when I played Final Fantasy 7, which arguably was the first anime with huge anime influences, I felt more like Cloud and stuff. He felt more like an anime character more than Noctis does. Noctis feels like he's a Japanese drama character.
Maybe.
He could go straight in like a Japanese J-pop band of guys.
Yeah, exactly. Because I don't know, it's just I wouldn't say it's a bad thing because I haven't played the game yet, and it's not really giving me any bad vibes per se either. So
I think I mentioned this on RPG Bridge. I'm just very skeptical about the game, and Square Enix has been doing some pretty bad stuff. So I judge them very harshly at all the stuff that they're doing right now, and
Especially now that they changed directors too. That's a very
Yeah.
strange move. Because people were looking forward to this a lot since Nomura was attached to the title. And I have a mixed opinion about Nomura. Or actually I have a very straight opinion about Nomura. I don't really like him or his game too much actually. I'm not particularly a big fan of Kingdom Hearts. It never really sat right with me. And I wasn't really sure what to think about Versus 13 at the time either.
You have played his best game ever, right?
Which is it?
The Bouncer.
Oh yeah! No, I haven't played that yet. It was one of the launch titles for the PS2 though.
It is a pretty bad brawler. But
Yeah.
if you guys can find it for cheap, and you will alternate, or if there's co-op, I believe.
Yeah.
You will have a lot of fun for 2 hours. Trust me, this game is so bad it's funny.
Oh yeah, I've heard things about that game, but mostly when I see it, I just see Sora on the cover, and I go I'll just
Yeah.
skip this time.
The story is so generic, it's ridiculous.
But
I was pretty hyped to play it. I picked it up for a while ago, but a friend of mine, I took a photo of the game. I was like, oh yeah, I picked this up today, and he was crazy because he wanted to play this game for such a long time. So I just gave it to him instead. So I had to pick it up again, but I'll do so sometime.
no, but I don't know. Nomura has always been like this uncertain kind of developer for me. I feel the same about Kenji Inafune. I'm not on good terms with Kenji Inafune. A lot of projects he start up, he abandons, and others he just makes really weird decisions as well. And I'm sorry to say, it's just the same with. I don't like classic Mega Man. I love the X series and such, but I don't know. People praise Keiji Inafune a lot for the classic Mega Man series and what have you. I just don't see it. I can't get behind him. I'm not interested in Project what's it called again? Jesus Christ. Mighty Number 9, thank you. Yeah. So
Oh, that's strange. I from a Mega Man perspective, I actually only like the classic series because it's so straightforward, trial and error, challenging platforming, and X is more exploration and then Legend. I've never delved into it, so for me it's the classic stuff I really enjoy, but not the other stuff.
Yeah, my first introduction to Mega Man was through the X series as well, so that's probably the reason.
Yeah.
And X4, if you haven't played that yet, that's a very straightforward game, and I think it's the best in the series, and so does Senkai.
Okay, yeah, I've also never played, maybe for a brief try on an emulator, the X series, Mega Man X.
Yeah.
I just got to delve into it, so.
Yeah, but definitely,
Yeah,
man.
but the first 3 games are very different as well. I'd recommend you to play X4. See if you like it.
Yeah. You always have Zero as a playable character in those games as well. The 4 to 6, and so if you want to play a more Ninja Gaiden-esque game, a really nice looking one, then Zero is probably the character you should play as.
Okay, interesting.
So there's 2 completely different play styles, and Senkai loves to play as Zero, while I love to play as Mega Man. So.
Okay, that's nice. Yeah. So X4, that was originally on the PS1 or the Super Famicom?
It's on the PS1.
Yeah.
So, but don't worry about that. That's part of Project Grandiosa. Because you obviously made it clear that you weren't too big of a fan, but now we sort of have to make you one.
Anyways, guys, what time is it?
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's
only
it's
10 past 2. Yeah.
AM people. This is getting crazy.
It's getting out of hand. You know what? I think we can make a part 2 out of this, and we're also gonna have that Danganronpa discussion as soon as possible. And if we can make it, we'll follow Senkai's plan and make it before the 30th, because he wants to have it finished by September. So.
Absolutely.
But it was so nice talking to you, Mike, and thank you for showing up on our first ever podcast. Thank you for bringing up the idea of having a podcast and converting Game Ramblings into this.
Really awesome.
Yeah, it's. I think it's for the best. You know, it's a lot of awesome things, and with some great guests on, and not arrogantly, but some other great people as well that you can invite.
Yeah, of course.
I think it will be a interesting thing to listen to on a
It's a lot
regular
of fun to
basis.
do as well.
Yeah, really.
Yeah,
This is the
definitely.
first time for us to do something like this. And honestly, in the beginning, I was a bit nervous because I didn't really know in what direction to take this. But it seems like everything just solved itself naturally.
Yeah, you can just look at AGP. It's very free flowing as well, and RPG Gibberish is a little bit more strict, but you grow into it, whatever format you like, and
Yeah.
in the end, people just like to listen to people talk about games.
Definitely. And Greg invited us to RP Gibberish as well, so I'm sure we'll
Yeah.
appear there very soon as well.
Oh, definitely. We have quite the episodes and series planned we want to discuss with you guys.
That's amazing.
Oh, it's gonna be a
you
lot of
are
fun.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
invited for sure.
Right. So, Mike, any last words before we finish up?
No, I'm out here. I'm going to bed.
I'm out of air by now too, so I don't really have anything else to say.
Oh.
What did I say?
Oh, by the way,
Out of air.
the third birthday is
Aerodynamisch.
horrible.
Oh, woo. Okay, well,
To throw that out there.
yes, just to tease you. All right. Well, you guys.
All right.
So I'll send you near, and you'll get gaming.
Oh, you had to put that in there? Okay, well, I guess you know for sure that you're gonna get it now, but we'll send you some cool things along with that package, so
Awesome.
yes.
Awesome.
As Senkai said, you can say it again, Senkai, and we'll finish this up.
Cool. So until next time, get gaming.
Yay.